Everybody has a day till the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. A little more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry, let one love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. Somebody tell me, oh, why we fight it? One love can set us free if we just let it be. Take love in a brand new day. That love is all we need to chase the clouds away. Never need worry if you just let it be. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you again for today's session. Please, before we begin, I would like to remind us that your phone should be on vibration or silent to avoid distraction. Thank you very much. Our first class for today is on A, Keeping Values and Ethics Front and Center, to be taken by Sharon Geiger, a veteran broadcaster. Please, a round of applause for her. I urge everyone to be good student. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Victor, and good morning. That's beautiful. It's wonderful to see you today, and I'm so grateful to be part of this training. We're going to be exploring something very important. If you were just in the first session, you heard Troy Miller talking about all the things that are available to you now in media. But what is even more important is what kind of a person are you going to be as you approach being a broadcaster of any type or a media influencer. That's what we're going to talk about today, exploring how your values and ethics, including Christian values and biblical principles, can and should inform your work, whether that's in radio, whether that's online streaming, television, whatever platform the Lord gives you, or if He gives you multiple platforms, that will matter. In an age of pervasive media influence, we need voices that carry with truth, grace, and integrity. You'll encounter many challenges, I promise you, no matter what area you are in, but establishing core principles ahead of time That's going to help you as you navigate those challenges. So let's look today at keeping values and ethics central. So why does it matter? Well, first it matters because of the power and reach of, I said radio broadcasting here, but it really any form, any media platform that you're on, it matters because everything else that is entered. It's low cost, it's high penetration, and real-time impact. We can react immediately to events that have happened just by opening the mic and broadcasting our message. Radio can reach everywhere and everyone. Rural, urban, people who are educated, people who are not educated. It reaches everyone. And that is as I've heard many times during this training, it is a great opportunity. It carries with it great responsibility. In a crisis or emergency, where do people turn first when it comes to broadcast platforms? Did anyone want to take a guess at that? Where might they turn first? Television? Radio. Generally, radio is the first line of defense. So that's why, another reason why it is so important. Also, as you know, there is a great need as you know, media has a great influence on culture, on morality, and on worldview. Media shapes how we think, how we speak, how we vote, and how we live. And what you see on air, what you hear on air, what you see online, that becomes normalized in society. And if we as Christians or ethical people are absent from media, other worldviews can dominate unchecked. There's no ethical voice or Christian voice speaking into it. So, I would say this, there is not just a need for more writers, producers, and presenters. There is a great need for ethical writers, producers, and presenters. And by God's grace, I trust that you will be one of those. Because ethical dilemmas arise every day when you're creating content. And you have to wade through those. So if you don't, who is going to stand for truth, dignity, compassion, and fairness? As a believer, a Christian broadcaster, or an ethical broadcaster, we must set a higher standard, not professionally, but spiritually. So let's take a look at that. Let's look at the spiritual foundation for ethics and values based on Christianity and communication. So here are a few, beginning in the New Testament with Colossians 4:6. Do you all know this verse? Let your speech be seasoned, or always be gracious, seasoned with salt. So our words should carry grace. They should be always, no matter what, on difficult topics, intense interviews, in casual talk, seasoned with salt. Our conduct online and on air should look and sound and be different from our secular counterparts. It is a witness to God's grace. Even when you're correcting someone or critiquing someone, you can still do that graciously as opposed to being difficult. Christians are called to be salt and light. Well, what does that mean? That's out of Matthew 5:13 through 16. Salt preserves and enhances flavor. Your content should preserve values and bring insight. Light exposes truth and brings hope. Your platform can shine light into darkness. So don't hide behind neutrality when truth, must be spoken. All of these things are critically important as you approach broadcasting because it is a ministry and a responsibility. Every segment, every program, every word can be a ministry. You will be amazed at how God will use what you have to say on air, things that you didn't think much about. God will use that in someone's heart and life to literally transform them or to start a transformational journey. Think of yourself this way as you approach your broadcast career or your influencer career, however the Lord leads you. You're a steward of this microphone. What you say is very important. You're called to use it wisely and redemptively. Broadcasting, being a media influencer, if God is calling you, it's not just a career. It is a ministry, it is a calling, and it's something to be cherished and tended carefully. So if you look at core Christian values, let's take a look at core Christian values and contrast them with broadcasting ethics. So let's take a look first at Christian values. And those would be first, integrity. Proverbs 10 verse 9 reads, "Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out." So in media, as opposed to just thinking of this in the Christian realm, but thinking about it in media, what does integrity mean? Anyone want to tell me what you think integrity might mean when it comes to media itself? Anyone want to? Yes.
Integrity is saying what is actually right, and standing by it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Perfect. Yes. In media, integrity is taking a stand for what is right and sticking with it. It also means accuracy, fairness, balance. So that means what? Don't distort stories to get clicks or to get more people listening or watching you. Don't cut corners in your fact checking. Make sure that you're presenting the truth as you broadcast. Your listeners should be able to trust you. Even if they disagree with you, they should know that you're approaching your job very seriously and with integrity. So that's number one. And I skipped ahead. Let's go to number 2 is truth, which is very closely related to integrity. John 8:32 says what? "And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." We live in, sadly, a post-truth culture. People tend to value opinions over facts. And as a broadcaster, I have really seen this unfold. I've been broadcasting for nearly 40 years now. And so when I first started, that was very clear. Truth was truth, facts were facts. We tried to present both sides of an issue. Now, things have gotten a little fuzzy, and it's more my opinion and the way that I orient the story or angle the story is more related to my opinion than it is the facts. But that's not the way it should be. And as Christians and as ethical broadcasters, we need to correct that. We believe that truth has objective value. So be a guardian of the truth in whatever you say, whom you platform, and what you report. That is critical as you move forward in broadcasting. Compassion. Ephesians 4:32. You all know this verse. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving each other as God in Christ Jesus forgave you. So, what does that mean in broadcasting? Well, it means that we respect privacy and the dignity of our guests, of our callers, even of public figures. We may have an opinion, but we need to treat everyone with dignity and privacy. We need to avoid harmful content, sensationalism, shaming people, or triggering content just to go viral. It's tempting. Don't do it. Your soul is at stake. Present with heart, especially when you're covering tragedy, suffering, or controversy. You know, when you do that, your listener or viewer is going to see that. It will come through and it will matter, and it will reap dividends as you move forward in broadcasting. Broadcast with humility, Philippians 2:3. Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit. In humility, count others more significant than yourselves. Okay, this is tough for us as broadcasters, right? I mean, we're on the air. People listen to our voices. They watch what we have to say. We're important. Well, that's not how we approach it as a believer. We understand that the listener or the viewer is more important than I am. Serving the Lord is more important than I am. We need to approach it with humility. Humility reminds us the platform is not about me. It's not about you. It is about truth and service to our audience and to those who are listening and viewing. So let's be hosts who listen well, who admit mistakes, and to elevate others. And finally, courage. From 2 Timothy 1:7, God gave us not a spirit of fear, but of what? Absolutely, power, love, and of self-control. Speaking truth, especially biblical truth, in a secular culture, it takes boldness, doesn't it? I mean, in some cases, we know that there are broadcasters and journalists who put their lives on the line for the truth. So it does take a great deal of boldness. Sometimes it's a matter of just people criticizing you or saying something negative about you. But definitely speaking truth is going to carry with it a need for courage. Courage means refusing to compromise when you're pressured to soften, to spin, or to skip the truth. And it also includes lovingly confronting injustice, bias, or misrepresentation on air. We have a very critical position, and we have to be courageous in carrying it out. Now let's take a look at some ethics, just ethics in broadcasting. This is more for a general audience, but it lines up well. So integrity, ethics in broadcasting, accuracy, fairness, and balance line up very much with what we talk about when we're talking about integrity. Respect for privacy and dignity. That lines up very well with biblical compassion in Ephesians 4:32. Avoidance of harmful content, again, lines up with that biblical value or that core Christian value of compassion. And then you have your NBC and industry standards. And as a believer, especially as a Christian and ethical broadcaster, you want to operate within the bounds of what has been established law in your country. And so the NBC upholds that side of the law for broadcasting media in Nigeria, like the FCC does in the US. So, biblical ethics meet professional standards. Truth in reporting equals biblical honesty. Proverbs 12:22. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord. So, in journalism and programming, truth must never be sacrificed for speed or spin. Next, respecting dignity. Love your neighbor. Mark 12, verse 31. Every story involves real people. Even controversial figures are image bearers of God. Sometimes I'll go online and I'll see things that people say or do or act toward public figures. And it does make me cringe just a little bit because I think this is someone who God created, who God loves. And even if I don't agree with that person, I can still treat them with fairness and with dignity. So avoid dehumanizing language, assumptions, or mockery when you're on air, online, or in whatever capacity God has you. Finally, transparency, walking in the light. 1 John 1:7. Be open about your sources, about your affiliations, and about your corrections. Because why? Transparency builds trust, both spiritually and professionally. People learn to trust you when you're willing to be transparent and let them know where you got your sources from and why you're reporting the way you are. Now, your station has a role in upholding values. It must commit to keeping values and ethics central. So, I would recommend that you develop a why statement. Every Christian station or show should answer this question: why do we exist? And this is something that really should be discussed, not just by your station management. This should be an entire team discussion. For example, you may have a why that says to glorify God by informing, uplifting, and guiding our audience in truth and grace. KCBI, where I am employed, we did this exercise and developed our why statement.
One option is African Democratic
is
Congress on
KCBI
Dr. Anaga
is a
Ezek Road in
movement of
Umuahia,
God to
less than a mile to
communicate
your
the
west.
good
Do you want that one?
news of Jesus' love power. And no matter what we are doing on air, if we're in the community, we keep that
The
why
second is
at the
Ecobank
forefront.
Employment Services
Next,
on Wago
you'll be
Street in
familiar with
Umuahia,
this.
about a mile to your north. Do you
You'll
want
need
that
to
one?
develop a mission statement as a station. You probably already have one. Clearly outline the station's purpose, audience, and impact goals. So here's another example. We exist to provide biblically sound, ethically produced radio that informs and transforms. Very short, very simple. KCBI's mission statement is to be a discipleship force in the community
Sorry,
that we
I don't
serve.
understand.
Very short, simple. Keep it that way. Formulate core values. So core values for your radio station might be, in our case, we are Bible-centered. We are committed to serving the local community. We are authentic in the way that we communicate, and we're intentional about how we communicate. Other examples might be, of core values might be, we operate with integrity, truth, grace, boldness, compassion. Those values then should be employed when you're hiring someone, when you're training people, when you're programming, and in your public interaction. It should be part of everything that you do. Here is the decision-making framework that you should have before broadcasting. So ask these questions based on Philippians 4:8, which is, whatever is true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, think on these things. So before you go on air, ask, is it true? Has it been fact-checked? Has it been verified? Is it biblically aligned? Second, is it necessary? Is it relevant, or is it just noise? Will it edify your audience, or is it going to distract them? Next, is it edifying? Is this building up people who are listening to you or viewing you, or is it breaking them down? Is it loving? Hard truths need to be delivered with love. We had something happen recently. Oh, I'm going to skip through this because we're running out of time. But we'll talk about now challenges that we face as we're coming to a close here pretty quickly. So here are some of the challenges you're going to face if you aren't already in your broadcasting career. Number one, the pressure to boost ratings versus ethical standards. So the temptation is to air that sensational content over substance. I would encourage you to choose long-term credibility over short-term popularity. Believe me, you might get a spike in your ratings or a spike in your viewers when you do something sensational, but over the long term, that spike might quickly go away. If you choose to do the right thing, you will build trust, people will keep coming back to you, and you will slowly build your audience, but you will build your audience. In dealing with misinformation, don't repost or repeat claims that you have not verified. It can ruin your entire reputation. It could even take down your station. I remember years ago that a major anchor on a broadcast outlet made a false statement, and he was eventually fired for that. He had been an anchor for 20 or 30 years on that outlet, and it was a shock to everyone, but they had to take action. Build a reputation as a trusted voice. Balance freedom of expression with responsibility. So free speech does not mean that you're free from consequence. Keep that in mind. Be mindful of your impact, especially on younger or vulnerable audiences. Now, I had a real-life example here that I'll just show you real quickly. This lovely woman is named Harris Faulkner. She is a presenter with Fox News. And she recently took a trip to Great Britain, where she worked with a group of Christian leaders to help bring fairness and equity to women in the UK. She's a great example of a broadcaster who's operating with integrity. This gentleman, Terry, let's see if I get his name right here. Yes, Terry Moran with ABC News recently was criticized for partisan slant and dismissive tones during sensitive issues. He prioritized political framing over deeper truth or balance, and when he published a rant against the Trump administration online on X, it resulted in him getting fired from ABC News. So that's something you want to avoid. You need to protect your reputation and uphold standards. It will pay off in the long term. So quickly, some practical steps forward. Pray before your broadcast. If you're a Christian, you need to do that. Invite the Holy Spirit to guide your speech, your content, and your interactions. That is something that I do practice, and I highly recommend it. Second, build accountability with your peers. Regular check-ins. Ask, was that segment aligned with our values? Then, establish a values-based editorial policy. Write it down and use it for your training and editorial meetings. And then check yourself. Ask yourself this, would this please Jesus, what I'm getting ready to do, what I'm getting ready to say? Then review it. Ask it after every show. Let conviction be part of your growth. And finally, I will say this. Broadcasting is a calling. You'll hear Professor Chuck say that over and over again. It's not just a job. It's a ministry. It's culture-shaping, truth-bearing work. It is a privilege. You'll be shaping minds, hearts, and culture. Listeners do not just absorb content. They absorb tone, worldview, and spirit. So, stay rooted in God's word and led by the Holy Spirit. Psalm 1, 2 through 3. Blessed is the one whose delight is in the law of the Lord. Whatever they do prospers. Keep the mic. Don't drop the mission. So, thank you so much for joining me for this session. I'm praying that as you move forward, God will use you powerfully as you adhere to biblical values and ethics and make them the core of your approach in all that you do. Thank you so much.
Amen. Let's appreciate Sharon Geiger, please, once again. Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate. Our next class is on leadership and character in a time of crisis.
president
Before
and
that,
CEO
I would like
of
to
NRB
remind everyone
since
that
July 2022.
leadership is not about being the smartest in the room. It is about building a room
Troy A.
where the
Miller is a
smartest
senior executive
ideas can
with more than
survive,
30 years of
but not
management
being
and
the
business
smartest
experience.
in the room.
He has
Keep
served
that
as
at the heart
president
of your
and
mind
CEO of
as we
NRB
make welcome
since July 2022.
Troy Miller
having
to
previously
take us
served
on
as
this
the interim
session.
CEO
A round of
of
applause
NRB
for him,
starting
please.
March 2019. Miller is
You're
also
welcome.
president
Thank
and
you.
CEO of NRB TV, where he has served since June 2005. Under Miller's leadership, NRB has expanded its...
There we go. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me this morning. I'll try not to yell too loud. My daughters tell me I get very excited all the time, and they're constantly going, Dad, shh, shh, I'm right here. But it's good to be with you. And Sharon, thank you. She stole all my notes. So leadership in crisis, do everything Sharon said. No, I'm just kidding. We have more on that to do here. But leadership in a time of crisis and character is really important. So it's really is pretty much everything Sharon said, except for the one thing in a time of crisis that you have to remember is that the pressure is all increased. And you will have all this pressure around you. And that's the hardest thing to deal with, is to deal with the pressure in the time of crisis. And as the leader, that pressure is all going to be focused on you. And so that's just one of the big things to do. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is that when you're leadership in a time of crisis, there's all different types of crises that might go on in a ministry, in a business, in an organization. And then sometimes there are crises that people think are a crisis and they're really not. And some of those we just have to straighten out. But let me talk about some different types of crisis, because different organizations can run through different things. So one of the most common crises that might happen in an organization is either some sort of financial crisis or some sort of employee operational crisis. So you might have a financial crisis. Let's just say, the organization has changed, and all of a sudden you had a lot of revenue that you were expected to come in, and then that revenue didn't come in, and you had all these plans, all these things. Maybe you rolled out, you were going to do a bunch of changes or whatever, and that revenue didn't appear. That kind of crisis is really, may create, it create this pressure within inside you and your organization, like, now what am I going to do? How am I going to handle this? But it's more of an internal crisis. So you have these internal crises of how to deal with something that's really within the walls of my organization. How do I deal with something in the walls or my organization? And as Sharon said, and all these are going to apply here. We'll talk about those. So that's one kind of crisis. It's a crisis that deals with the internal of my organization. Okay, how do I deal with this? So this is mainly then, how am I going to communicate to my employees? How am I going to communicate to my leadership? How my board of directors? But it's really not a public crisis. A public crisis is a different form. And then there may be a crisis that is in relationship to you within your industry. So it may affect you as an organization, and it also may affect several other groups as an organizations, but it doesn't affect the public. Okay, so I may have a partnership with an organization or several organizations, and for whatever reason that partnership falls apart. And then now I have a crisis to figure out, how am I viewed within the industry? How can I handle things within the industry? Maybe I was going to host programming with another radio station, and suddenly I can't do that. And so how do we deal with that kind of situation? And then the biggest crisis of all, of course, is the one that deals with a public crisis. So this is a crisis within your organization that now has a public implications. So we have public relations issues to deal with. And these are the worst kinds of crisis to deal with. So maybe somebody in this case, you don't just have a loss of revenue, you actually had somebody that stole money from the organization, or there was fraud in something that happened in the organization financially, or maybe your organization had an incident that was caused by negligence in there, and a bunch of people got hurt or injured or maybe even killed in there. Or worse, maybe your leader had some sort of moral failure. And we've seen way too many of those in both business and the church. But that kind of crisis has even more pressure, because now that crisis isn't just contained within your organization, and it's not just contained within your industry. Now it's a public crisis, and it's all over the headlines, newspapers and other things, and Sharon's radio programs doing stories on these kinds of stuff out there, and you have to deal with these kinds of crises. So let me give you 3 examples of crises I've had to deal with in over the years, in my 30-some years of doing leadership here. So I worked at a big computer company. I don't know if they were here in Nigeria or not, but in the U.S. they were very big. They were called Gateway Computers, and they had these cow-spotted boxes back in the 90s. They were the #1 personal computer company in the United States at the time. And so in 1993, the company was going to go what we call public. So we were going to start trading on the stock market. So very big deal for the company, huge deal. Had announced their IPO, their initial public offering, and they were going to do this in 1993. And then there was a crisis. And the crisis was an operational crisis. Internally, the management over the inventory department had messed up the annual audit. And so the accounting firm couldn't certify the company audit. If you can't have a certified company audit, then you can't have a set of certified company financials. And if you can't have a set of certified company financials, well, you can't go public. And so you have investors and everybody else that this is all related to. And so this became a huge crisis within the company. And several people lost their jobs, lost their position over doing this. But the president of the company reached out to me and asked me if I would come in and move from one area I was at to solve this crisis. So that's the kind of an example of a crisis. It was, for the most part, that was internal to the organization. It was an internal crisis to the organization. Another crisis, I worked for a ministry, this Coral Ridge Ministries. I worked for a ministry at the time, and there was an issue. This ministry had a coalition, and it had a bunch of ministries working on in the coalition together. And in the coalition, they were working on fighting for some legislation and some bills that were going on, and found out that one of the coalition members was kind of saying one thing in the meetings and then saying another thing outside the meetings, and it really created a reputation crisis for the whole coalition to be able to get what they needed done, because you had somebody being very deceptive was going on. And it was very important what this group was working on. It was religious freedom issues in the U.S., and it was very important what they were working on. And yet this crisis came in. At the time, Dr. Kennedy asked me to step in and see if I could resolve this and get this coalition back on. And then the most recent one that I was involved with, there was unfortunately a ministry, and the head of that ministry had a moral failure. So the head of that ministry sinned and had a moral failure and had to step down, and then this became a very widely known within the media, the American media, that here's another minister that failed and in there. But one thing that all of those have in common is how we address them. And as leaders, you're going to be called to address those kinds of various issues, various crises that might come up. And how we address them is really the core of the important part here. Now, Sharon hit the highlights on character. First of all, integrity has to be number one. You have to enter this into during the crisis. It's so easy, and I've seen it happen across so many organizations. The first thing when a crisis hits, people will take their Christian worldview, the convictions that they hold in a time of peace, very near and dear to themselves, and they'll forget about all of them. And they'll go into survival mode. And all they're thinking in their mind is, how do I survive this? Not how do I solve it, how do I survive it? And they forget that they're Christians. So our integrity, the first thing we have to do is not forget our Christian worldview. We can't take our Christian worldview and put it to the side because we have a crisis we have to solve out there. At this point, our Christian worldview is more important than ever. And we have to remember that, and we have to do that with integrity, which should call us to prayer, right? It should call us to deep prayer, deep prayer. If we're not praying through the crisis and everything that we're doing, then we're missing one of the most powerful and biggest tools we have in our toolkit in order to help us through it. So we have to look at that. We have to think about the integrity of that. And then Sharon talked about another one, and this one gets hard: transparency and communications. Transparency means we want to be as open as we can about items. Now, in the first time of crisis, the internal crisis, that's usually pretty easy to do. It's pretty easy to be open, even with employees. And that's one thing a mistake leaders will make. They'll often be open with people outside of the organization more than they will be with people inside the organization. You really should be the most open with the people inside the organization. Make sure you're communicating and that you're open into your employees, especially internal crisis, because at times like that, people are worried about a whole number of things, and it affects their own personal stability, their own personal lives. And so with us not communicating and not being transparent, we can create a lot of undue stress and tension in our organizations that we really don't really not necessary. So communicate inside. Same thing when you're with partners. Communicate, and be as transparent as you can, with your partners. The one that gets a little harder is when you have a crisis that involves the public, because now you have a number of things that come into play. Of course, we always want to have the highest integrity that we can, but we also are dealing with real people in real lives and real hurt. And one thing that we know as Christians is the world doesn't handle problems the way we do. Most of the time, the world, we always have enemies out there, and they're always looking for us to fall, to stumble, for something to go wrong. And so while we may want to be as transparent as we can for the protection of families, for the protection of people that are innocent, that are involved but didn't do anything wrong, we may not give all the information out to the public that we might give out internally to leaders or to the employees. And that's not that we're hiding anything. We don't want to do that out of the sense we're hiding anything. We want to be sensitive to protecting people, and we want to be sensitive to the fact that our goal in a crisis is what? What's our number one goal in a crisis? Anybody want to throw out an answer? Got to go louder. I'm old. I can't hear. Number one thing in a crisis. What are we trying to solve? Number one thing. Fix the crisis, right? The number one thing we're trying to do is fix the crisis. And we can't lose sight of that. We can't lose sight that the real goal that we want is to fix the crisis. In Gateway's case, they wanted to get an inventory done. Okay, they needed the inventory done. That was the number one goal, fix the crisis. What was the crisis? We couldn't finish the inventory. We couldn't get certified financials. Goal, fix the inventory, get it counted, and get the financials certified. The coalition, what was the number one goal there? What was the crisis? The coalition was going to fall apart. We had a problem with the person. Number one goal, keep the coalition together, either get that person on board or out of the coalition. That was the crisis. And the third one, where it was, even though the pastor failed, had a moral failure, as Christians, our number one issue is restoration, right? Yeah, we have to deal with the issue. The pastor has to repent. The pastor needs to come to terms with that and may have to step out of his position or role. But our number one discipline is not punishment. As Christians, we're not called to punish, we're called to discipline, but discipline is always in mind of restoration in there. So some integrity and transparency and communication. Okay, how do I figure out in the crisis, what steps do I take in order to address this? And so I've always followed these kind of 4 steps that I say really make a difference when you step into a crisis, and how to solve it. First of all, you have to assess the problem. So you have to write that down. You have to assess the problem. If you don't know what the problem is, you're going to have 0 chance of solving it. Or worse yet, you're going to solve the wrong problem and make it worse. You have to assess the problem, and 3 L's in assessing the problem. Listen, look, and learn. Sharon talked about getting input from your staff and your folks. When you step into a problem, I guarantee as a leader, there are people a lot closer to that problem with a lot more knowledge about that problem than you have. And so you need to first listen to them. Don't walk in and try to think you already have all the answers right off the bat. Step in and listen. Listen to what they're telling you. Take lots of notes. Listen to what they're telling you about the problem. Listen to what they're telling you caused the problem. If they're that close, they have a lot of insight there. Second, look. Look for the things that are missing. Look for the holes in the area that you didn't get the answers to. So look. So listen, look, and then learn. Learn from what they've told you. Learn from what you gathered in that process of there, and learn from it so that you can step into the next thing. And the next thing is to draft a plan. Don't jump right in to like, oh, I heard everything you were saying. I heard all about the problem. You guys told me everything. Here's the plan. Step back in that learning process and draft the plan. Now, notice there's a key word there. Draft a plan. Okay? In a crisis, your plan is always going to be a draft. Because I guarantee you when you step into a crisis, it's unlike planning anything else. In planning other things, you know a lot of the stuff, you know the output, you know where you're going, you know how you're going to get there. You're going to have a lot of empty and unanswered questions in the crisis. So your plan has to be a draft so that you can be flexible enough to be able to tweak it and change it along the way as you learn new information or as new things come up. If your plan is so rigid that you have to follow it to the T, you're probably going to fail. You're probably going to fail because you never stop during the crisis of listening, looking, and learning. So your plan is a draft. It's always a draft. But the next thing in the whole process, I've assessed the problem. I've listened. I've looked. I've learned. Right? We have that. What's next? Draft a plan. Why do I draft a plan? To be flexible. okay? And draft your plan to be flexible, okay? Draft a plan and have that plan to be flexible. Now, here comes what I see people can do the first two really well and then fall miserably on this one, and that's to lead. When you're the leader called in to fix, correct, address a crisis that's going on in your organization, everybody is going to be looking at you to lead. Everybody's going to be watching how you react, how you address the issue, how well you communicate, how well you listen. All of that focus is going to be on you. There will be no greater time in your careers where you will be under sort of the microscope, under the magnifying glass, than when you lead through a crisis. Because the natural thing for people to do during a time of crisis is to pull back. People pull back. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to take responsibility. And the last thing, you are all now crisis leaders. You will do a great job in whatever comes up. And on top of that, you're going to do what thing? Pray. Pray in everything you do. Hope that helped you guys. And I hope none of you have to go through a crisis. But if you do, you'll know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The President and CEO of National Religious Broadcasters, Troy Miller. Please, let's have media management to be taken by Dr. Chuck Pollack, President, Sharing International.
Dr. Chuck Pollack holds a PhD from Howard University and lives in Norfolk, Virginia. He is an author, educator, and professional broadcaster with over 50 years' experience in the industries of broadcasting, journalism, and higher education. Chuck has helped establish and manage radio and television stations in North Central America, Eastern Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. He's coordinated and taught management and production seminars.
Good afternoon. Better. I don't want you to shout, right? Don't do that. Use your solar plexus and say, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. That was good, was it not? That was really good. Now we're going to follow up on that, because you'll notice that each one of our sessions dovetail one into another. So what we're talking about now is broadcast management. Now, broadcast management can be radio, television, film, internet, whatever your particular project is. Am I in the presentation mode? I am. And so, let's make this happen. There we are. Broadcast station management. Now, basically management, and I mentioned this the other day, yesterday, that management is both an art and a science. Now, science is very white and black and white. In other words, there's no different similarity between the two. It is either A or B. Art, on the other hand, is much more nuanced, right? So those of you who have ever been involved in management before know that it does take an art to get things done through people. One of the biggest temptations of the great managers that I know, or great leaders that I know, is to say, I'll do it, I'd rather do it myself. Okay? In other words, the people around you become an irritation. You know how to do it, and you push ahead. Now, is that right? The problem is that every person is not an island. You cannot, at the end of the day, you can't do it all by yourself. You need to work through people to get things done. And so therefore, how do you do that? Because leadership, we're talking about management and leadership. Leadership is a balance between spiritual and organizational qualities. Spiritual and organizational qualities. And at the end of the day, we're talking about servant leadership. We talked about that yesterday as well. Who was the greatest servant leader in the world? Very good. Jesus Christ, right? And he washed the feet of his disciples. I think I used a quote from my friend who was vice president at Coca-Cola, who said that the servant leadership, the best symbol of that is the basin and a towel. Okay? So we are to serve the people that we work with, and the ones that we work for, and the ones that work for us. So, servant leadership. Staff, at the end of the day, is your most important asset. We have many assets, do we not? We're a radio station, television station, and having a very effective and a very accurate and a very efficient staff is like gold, isn't it? It really is, because if you're not efficient, then you end up wasting a lot of time and effort, and it is very aggravating. Am I right? How many have ever had a situation where you had someone on your staff or someone you worked with or in a student project, and they didn't do what they were supposed to do? How many have ever had that situation? Aha. Okay, sometimes it's because the person has not been taught. Other times it's personality driven. But it's up to the person, the leader, to get the best out of that person, to get that productivity out. Now, let's take a look at the leadership. What is a good leader? Well, a good leader is a good steward of his time. A leader is a very good steward of their time. Do they waste time? Do they go to get the job done? Now, how many of you know there are two different types of people? Two different types of people. You can be either a very creative person, or you can be a very, what's the word? Quantitative. It's, in other words, you want to get things done, and you're not very creative person, but you are a great manager. How many of you would say that you are a creative? You love being creative in everything you do. Raise your hand. Don't be ashamed to raise your hands up high, because I have my hand up right now too, right? And how about quantitative? Those who want to get things done and who are great managers. Raise your hand. That's a lot of people who didn't raise. It's either one way or the other. So, sometimes when you are creative, it's hard at times to turn off the creativity and get things done. And that's something we have to watch out for. And again, we have to make sure that that doesn't happen. Basically, a leader is good at imparting vision. Imparting vision. If I'm a leader and God has given me this particular vision, it's my job to make sure that everyone that's working on that vision understands the context of that vision and how I believe that we can get that job done. That's my job. That's my job. So if there are people down the ladder who don't understand and are confused or are unenthused, that can be my fault because I have not communicated well. So we have to make sure that we are good communicators. Do you remember what I said about the word communicate? What does the word C-O-M-M, the root of that word mean? Very good. Common, right? In other words, to have in common, and basically to have meaning in common, correct? It's not so much the words, but the meaning in common, because we can communicate meaning in so many different ways. And so it's really important for us to be good communicators, imparting that particular vision, getting people to understand it, and so that they catch the vision. Oh boy, this is a big one. A leader empowers. Empowers. Many of us radio stations or the places that we work in different countries, this is one of the biggest problems that we have, is with leaders. When we work with leaders, is to get them to empower people who are working under them, to establish a cross-training regimen so that everybody knows what to do, so that you have people who are well-trained and who can step into not only their job, but eventually they can do other jobs within that radio station, a television station, or we are standing here as part of Vision Africa, and this is held every year. But beyond that, Vision Africa seminars to train their people and train them up well. And so you have to empower them, but once you empower them, you have to delegate them. And what does that take? It takes trust. It does, doesn't it? Once you empower someone and you have them working with you, there's a point at which you need to take your hand as a leader to do what you do best, lead. So there are times when leaders will get so involved in the detail, them well. And I'm talking whether there are 3 people on your staff or 300 on your staff. Train them well. Give them incentives for learning. A leader has a positive attitude. In a few minutes, we're going to be talking about what type of manager are you? What type of leader are you? It's a way that there are people that approach leadership and management in different ways, depending upon their own personalities, their own backgrounds, how they were taught. Sometimes that's effective, sometimes it's not. But it's very important for a leader to have a positive attitude. If you don't believe in the vision, will your people believe in the vision? No. You cannot expect the people who work under you, as Troy mentioned in his talk, you can't expect the people who work under you to work as hard as you are if they're not empowered, and that a leader is passionate and a consummate student. Oh, yes, let me say that again. A leader is passionate. Do you remember what passion means? We talked about the definition of that word, passion. Very good. What are you willing to sacrifice to accomplish, correct? Willing to sacrifice to accomplish, correct? So what are you willing to sacrifice for the goal? Are you willing to give it your all, to sacrifice so much, but to be passionate? And again, as you're a leader, if you're passionate, if you're willing to sacrifice, that is also contagious. The people who work with you will follow you. If you're a leader, people will follow, and they will do what you do. And a consummate student. What's consummate mean? Notice you never stop learning. Never stop learning. I appreciate some of you who are professionals, and you've reached a level not only competence, but success in your careers, and you're here. And they're out in the other tent. And yes, they are qualified leaders, they're qualified professionals, but where are they? They're in the training seminar. I respect that so highly. I do. Because if we ever stop learning, we start backsliding. In other words, we have to always be continuing to go forward, to move forward. Because if we're not going forward, we are going backward. Exactly. And so, and along with that, the media industry is always moving. A hot topic right now, is it not? It is. It is. And it behooves every one of us to learn about it, because that's the way that the industry is going, and it's going to be affecting every part of our industry and every part of higher education, but get nothing done. Am I right? I mean, there's just so much you can, there's just so much you can talk about something and plan, talk about something and plan. There's a point at which a leader go. Let's change things as go. Let's change things as we move forward, right? And so it has to be action-oriented. You have to understand that there's a point at which enough planning. Let's do it. Amen? Amen. Come on. Hello. Okay. Stay close to the customer. What does that mean? Staying close to the customer means this: that if you're involved in a relationship with a client, a partner, or even with your staff, your directors that are working under you, you need to stay close. You need to know what's going on in their lives, how they're doing, how they're feeling. Because it's important for you to know where they are, what they need in terms of training, whether there's something that's going on even at home that may affect their job at work. So that's important for you as a leader to know that. And secondly, stay close to your customer, because you'll need that person to move fast. Stay close. Know what they're capable of. Know where they're lacking. Give them feedback. At a radio station, by and large, you'll find, and I think Sharon mentioned this, and that is creating a tape, an audition tape, for example, of knowing how you're doing, and having someone who is at a radio station that may be a program director, who may listen to it and give you constructive criticism. And we also talked about, don't take the criticism, personally. Don't take it personally, because you are not where you're going to be. Let me say that again. You are not where you are going to be. Let's say that together. You're not where you're going to be. So if someone gives you constructive criticism, they're giving you a hint as to how you can get from here to there. Okay? You are not where you're going to be. You're going to get better. A leader needs to have autonomy and grant autonomy, and also be an entrepreneur. Look for opportunities. Know the market. Know what's going on in the radio market, television market, the internet, amongst the newish innovations that are coming around. Need to keep your head, what we say in the States, keep your head on the swivel. Know everything that's going on. Be aware of what's going on in the industry. And because you may find that there's something that is, or there's a market out there that there may be an audience that's being underserved or not served at all. And you may be able to lead your company to produce a media product that would fill that need. But you have to know that it's there first. And you can't, if you're a leader, you can't depend on other people necessarily to do that for you. And so research is extremely important. Reading is very important. Going to these meetings is very important because you learn other things. Overall, you're going to produce something through people. Through people. Again, you may not like the person, or you may not have the same personality. You may work with a person who just grates against you. But if you are working in a situation where you are following the vision, then the personalities should be less important than the overall goal. Now, characteristics of an effective manager, and I need to hurry here. The manager is hands-on and values-driven. A manager. Now, there's a difference between a manager and a leader, right? A manager, by and large, takes care of facts and details and where people should be. Leaders think more high level and think of where the whole organization needs to be at a certain time. Okay, so if you're a manager, you need to be hands-on. Not telling people what to do all the time, but getting in there and getting your hands dirty. Okay, and what does that do? One of the things it does is the people that you work for gain more respect for you because you're getting in there and getting your hands dirty and getting the job done. Okay, you know the mission and that you are focusing like a laser beam. There are many distractions today in our industry. So many things are happening so fast, and so many things are happening within the industry that you have to be focused. Once you know what you're supposed to do, once you've managed it, you have to be focused and not allow the distractions to take you off track. Focus like a laser beam, and you keep your operations clear and simple with a trained staff. Be a manager who believes and a leader who believes in training your staff and cross-training your staff so that if one person goes down, he's sick, or he quits, that you can have someone that you've already trained in this area to take it up and you don't lose the time. See what I mean? Yeah. You have to be dynamic. I love this word dynamism or dynamic because it comes from the word dynamite. In other words, explosive, with great power. You need to be dynamic. In other words, being able to make changes very quickly. And because you've trained your staff so well, you can do it very quickly, be very sensitive to what the needs are, and meet them and move on. Move on. Move on. And quickly adaptable. Okay, I'm going to give you a 1-minute explanation of the different types of management styles. There's theory X, theory Y, and theory Z. Now let me say that one of the assumptions right now is that we all have deadlines, don't we? All right, students, you have a paper due on a particular date, don't you? That's your deadline, okay? In the industry, you have things that are on deadline. We are a deadline-driven industry. Things have to be done on time. And so that's for all three. If you're a Theory X manager, okay, these are the assumptions that a Theory X manager has. And you may recognize someone that you've worked for, or perhaps even this describes you. Okay, and that you believe that an average worker dislikes and avoids work. Most workers must be coerced, in other words, threatened, controlled, or threatened, again, to accomplish set examples. This is a very difficult management style for the worker. The average worker has little ambition, prefers direction, avoids responsibility, and wants security overall. This is the assumption, if you're a Theory X manager, this is the assumption that you have about the people that work for you. Okay? And so therefore, as you approach managing your people, this is how you view them. Okay, hold on for a second. Theory X, one last thing. Theory X will use financial incentives more than any other one of these. Because you can give incentives to your staff to grow, to learn, to do well. It can be financial. Oftentimes it can be promotion. It can also be more time off and things of that sort. Come on. If you're Theory Y, work is a natural part of a worker's life. Men will exercise self-direction and control to reach a goal. Commitment to objectives linked to rewards. Now, Theory X believes that people must be whipped to get the job done. Okay? Do they meet deadlines? Yes. Why? Because they're being whipped to get the job done. And if you don't do it, you get fired. Okay? Or you get passed over. That's Theory X. Now, Theory Y is just the opposite. Theory Y is that they believe that everybody's fine. That if you give people opportunity and training, that they'll get the job done and meet deadlines because they want to, because they need to. And they want to meet the rewards for the objectives and the goals that you're sharing with them. And they believe that the average worker learns to accept and seek responsibility. With many people, that's true. But is that true for everyone? Does everyone seek that responsibility to be responsible and to be good workers? No, unfortunately not. We have a sin nature, and I'm afraid laziness sometimes is part of that. It believes that imagination, creativity, and ingenuity is widely distributed. It's all there. Just put them in a room, and great and creative things will happen. But here's the problem with that. Theory Y, I may, if I'm a Theory Y manager, I may approach you and say, well, you know, that the deadline is next week. And if we don't get it, if we don't reach that goal, we're going to lose this account. We're going to lose the money that comes with that account. So, and I may say, well, just do your best. Just do your best. The problem is with a Theory Y manager, that's one of the weaknesses, in that you have a goal, but you're not pushing to meet them. Goals in our industry and deadlines in our industry are sacrosanct. We must meet the goal. So how do we do it? The final one is Theory Z. Oh no, that's the wrong way. Now basically Theory Z, on the other hand, is an amalgamation of X and Y. X and Y. The assumptions there that it's an amalgamation, that's a combination of the two, that manager is still the sole authority. Someone always needs to make the final decision. You can talk, you can bring people in, have them part of the process, but at the end of the day, you're the boss. You need to make the final decision, and everyone should understand that. There is an egalitarian approach. So in other words, that everybody's within the organization, their opinion and the way that they see things count. It counts. And you esteem and respect the people that work for you and work with you. And you have wide staff involvement in committees. And also benefits-based incentives, just the same as Theory X has. Cross-training and lateral moves, because if you are working, and I love that. Last night I had dinner with a fellow by the name of Noso. Some of you may know him. He started here as a driver at Vision Africa. This organization believes in cross-training, and he ended up being chief engineer over a number of years, ended up being chief engineer over Vision Africa. And now he has gained regional respect for what he does. And he's a chief engineer over a number of radio stations now. So, Theory Z gets the job done, meets the deadlines when they need to be. What I suggest and what I urge you to do is to be a Theory Z manager, and to allow yourself the opportunity to learn, be that consummate learner. I'm out of time. Right here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate the President of Sharing International, Dr. Chuck Pollack. If you take a close perusal of your programs, I want to let everyone to know that we've made few changes in today's training. I want to apologize as well that we're not going to take a break at the moment. We're quickly going to free classes before we can take a break. Meanwhile, there is a convenient here for everyone. If you have a need to use convenient, please, these access leads you exactly to where you can take care of yourself. Let me introduce once again, we are not really following the order at the moment because we're going to have Sharon Geiger takes us on building community, listener engagement, an interesting class that you need to pay rapt attention. Thank you very much.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, why don't we do this since we're not taking a break just now? Do you all want to stand up and just stretch for a second? I want to stand up and just give a good stretch or move around just a little bit. You've been sitting for a long time, a lot of good information, but I know it gets a little tiring. So we'll take just a second to do that, and then we'll get started. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get started. But let's start with good afternoon. You all have learned so much from Professor Chuck. You're sounding great. Your broadcast voices are kicking in. That's awesome. Well, thank you for being here. How you interact with your listeners in the community is going to reinforce what they hear on air. Now, we're going to reverse course a little bit, change gears, because we've been talking about leadership, about character all morning long, and now we're going to get into some very practical aspects of radio broadcast that might apply as well if you're an influencer or even if you're on the air in television. One of the things you want to do is get out into the community. So let's talk about that. What does it mean? So I called this a remote show. Do you all know what that is, what a remote is? Has anyone heard that term before? A remote broadcast? Have you all heard that term before? You have. So that's when you go, you take your equipment, you go out into the community, and you broadcast live from that event. So used to be a lot more common than it is now. In the U.S., we used to do it all the time. But as audience have fragmented and stations have become more automated, people don't really have the same chance that they used to have to meet you in the community. So if you can get out and connect with your listeners, that's going to give you an edge in the marketplace and as you compete to gain audience. Professor talked about staying close to your customer. Well, this is a way to get to know your listener and stay close to your listener, meeting them face to face. It will strengthen your on-air skills, and you'll become a master of live radio broadcast from outside your station's studio. So the first principle, and I'm going to repeat this over and over, if you're going to go out into the community, you want to make sure that they can see you. So this was a great example recently that I saw of signage and how it was used by Vision Africa when they were out in the community. Be sure, these kinds of signs are relatively inexpensive to print, and if you get just a few for your station that you can have when you take out and have standing up, it will help people find you when you're in the community. So you'll want to use all the tools in your toolbox, and this is one of those tools. So let's look at some other ways, another setup that you might be able to use. This is a little more elaborate. Can you all see that pretty well? You can see that we've got a couple of booths here. One is a promotional booth, and I don't know how well you can see this, but there's a little wheel here that we use we have people spin it, and it lands on an item, and we will give that item away when they land on it. That's one thing that we do to kind of make it fun for people. Then we have our prayer center here, and what we do with that is we give away Bibles, we pray with people, we take their prayer request and pray with them. So those are ways that we interact, but you can see it's very easy to see KCBI there. I'll count them for you. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 logos, KCBI logos, actually 6 if you look behind. We have 6 KCBI logos in that setup. So we make sure that our listeners can find us when we're out in the community. So here is another way that you can make sure that they find you, and that is with station banners. You can be very creative with those. They're not terribly expensive to print, and you can have a couple for your station that you take out with you wherever you go. Other signage, we happen to be out in the community there, and you can see that we have all these items on the table that we had for giveaway. Now, again, you may not have as many items available to you or may not have the resources to purchase that many promotional items. What you could do in that case is contest those items, do a giveaway on the items, and that way you can conserve your inventory, but you can still bless your listeners, and that's a great thing to be able to do. But as you can see, we've got like these are little frisbees that we gave away for the kids. These are magnets that we would put on the refrigerator. We've got pins here and other items that we used. So you want to just make it fun and very visual when you're out in the community for your listeners. So personal appearances, we will get out and take our on-air staff with us. This was our morning show host who went out with us. And in this case, we were doing a shoe drive where we were collecting shoes for children in need. We just wanted to make sure that when we went out, that we looked the part. So you can see Rebecca and Taylor are both dressed in our station colors, and she actually has a station shirt on. But she looks good, she looks neat, she looks comfortable and appropriate for where she is. We were at a baseball game. So they just look neat, but they're dressed in casual, cool clothing, but they represent the station well. So when you're out on any kind of a remote broadcast or out in the community representing your station, make sure you're a good representative of your station. You look neat, you look professional, and you're ready to meet people. And I thought they were really cute and that they did a great job at that remote. So what is your purpose behind the remote? There are several reasons why you might want to get out into the community. One of those is if it's a sales opportunity. So there are a couple of opportunities, but a sales client is going to want to build floor traffic and move merchandise. So you'll want to go out. This might be when someone would have a sponsor who is maybe a car dealer. And you might go out and you're calling people to come to the car dealership, and they're hoping that they're going to be able to sell some cars because you're bringing more people to their dealership. So building traffic to something like that is as easy as giving listeners a reason to visit. Like you might be offering something free for them to eat when they come, or some kind of prize, maybe concert tickets or something if they come. Moving merchandise calls for a consistent sales pitch, repeated frequently when you're out on the remote. So you'll want to keep that in mind. But is it a community outreach? This is something Vision Africa does a lot, and it's something that a community-focused radio station can offer to listeners to mobilize them and make a difference in the community. You know, we call it at KCBI being the hands and feet of Jesus in the community. Whoops, I'm gonna get lost here. Each summer, is this still work? Each summer we hold what we call a summer of service, and KCBI listeners will come and take an opportunity to work, like in this case, we were at a humanitarian aid center and we were putting together shoes to distribute to children in need who otherwise wouldn't have them. So that was one thing that we were doing. We also mobilized them to help with building homes for people in need. There's a group called Habitat for Humanity in the United States that does that. This is a great way to reinforce in your listener's mind that what they hear on the air from your station is what your station really believes, and helping them put those values into practice on the ground and in their community. It also increases listener loyalty. When they can meet you, when they can work with you, when they can give you a hug, and you're working together to accomplish a common goal, it creates an immediate bond that goes far beyond hearing you on air. So let me see if I can make this work. Oh, look at that. Okay. So what is your purpose? Well, station promotion might be another reason why you might go out. So your purpose could be sales, it could be community ministry, or it could be promoting your station. That is a valid reason to get out there. This might include a giveaway or a media contest. You're going to want to, in this case, really reinforce your station's identity in the minds of listeners. So KCBI is the Bible-centered station for Dallas-Fort Worth. So it's also encouraging music, words of hope. And more than ever, our listeners need hope. And I imagine that more than ever, people right here in Umuahia and in Nigeria need hope. The hope found only in Jesus Christ. So we do several things to encourage listeners and share hope with them. So one year, we partnered with area churches. Let's see if we can get this out. Okay. Try that. We partnered with area churches, and we did, you can see there, this person's in their car, and she's giving them snow cones. Do you guys have snow cones here in Nigeria? Have you ever had those? The ice, and you put the syrup on them. They're really good, refreshing. Well, this was during COVID, and people had been locked into the house most of the summer, and so we were trying to come up with ways that we could interact with them. So we held a drive-through snow cone giveaway, encouraging moms and kids to come, and we went and just had them drive up, and we had about 1,000 people come out and get a snow cone that day. And it was a wonderful opportunity. It was a creative opportunity, a creative way to get out in the community. Another thing that we did was we promoted the radio station by putting these signs in people, making these signs available to people and putting them in their yards. And they just said, "Need encouragement now?" And then they had the station logo on them. And we had yard signs all over Dallas-Fort Worth with that simple message. And it was a great ministry to listeners and encouraged them to tune in and hear encouraging music and words of hope from the Bible. So think of encouraging ways that you can interact with your listeners. It's going to be different here than what we did in Dallas, but there are ways, depending on what's going on, that you can really reach out and make a difference with your listeners when you get into the community. So let your listeners know, if you're going to do a remote broadcast, you want to make sure that you let them know that broadcast is coming. First, on the air, make sure that they're aware. Hang on, if I got ahead of myself, I think I did. I sure did. So make sure that they're aware that you're going to be out, where you're going to be, when, where, and repeat, repeat, repeat. Make sure that for outreaches or station promotions, in our case, we start 3 or 4 weeks in advance. And then we do about 12 mentions a day, so one mention, at least one mention per hour from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to make sure people hear about it and they can come out and plan to be with us. Then our show host will occasionally reference it on air as well. So on your website, be sure and create a landing page that people can see and that is easy to navigate. Give them an action point. They can enter for a prize or sign up for a community outreach or link for more information, and make it look really pretty. So here, this is our current Serve with KCBI page where we recruit volunteers. And on it, we've got just a little, we have a really nice graphic up here, and then we just have a little copy that talks about what you do when you serve with KCBI, and then the opportunity is listed below that with a link for them to sign up and join us. And that has worked very well for us in recruiting volunteers and in letting people know what's available. Social media. Be sure and lead up to it by linking to your website and pointing your listeners back to On Air. The day of, post photos of your on-air host and listeners at the event, and make sure that it looks fun. That's one thing I want to underline. You can have a lot of fun at these remotes with your event, with your listeners or your viewers. Being with them should be a lot of fun. All this will build excitement. It helps your audience remember to either listen if they can't be there, or better yet, to stop by in person and see you. So even on the day of your remote, you're going to have to constantly remind people where you are. If you're doing a live broadcast on the air, you need to say, "I'm Sharon Geiger. I'm out at the Buckner Center for Humanitarian Aid, and here's where you can, here's the location. It's on Buckner Road and Garland Road, the intersection. come see us. So you might get tired of saying of it, but think of it this way. In the United States, research shows that the average length of time someone listens to your radio station is 10 minutes. So you may feel like you're saying it over and over and over again, but if they're listening for 10 minutes, if you don't say it in that 10 minutes, they could miss it. So that's why it's important to say it many times. Even if your promo is running once an hour, they could miss it. So be sure and give them every opportunity to learn about your event and to make it. Now, here's a question. Are you equipped? Well, that's a big question, because you might feel like I have to have all this equipment now to make a remote broadcast happen. Well, not really. What do we use? We use a smartphone. That's it. That's all that is really needed for broadcast purposes. We use it to record, to take photos. We reuse it now to communicate back to the radio station on air. So it's just amazing the power that little phone has these days, and what a blessing that technology is. Now, on the air, the live remote broadcast, we can talk about that just for a second. Some radio stations still do the full live remote broadcast when an event is underway. Say perhaps even this training is underway, there might be a station that might want to broadcast live from the training. I know where Troy Miller is the president and CEO at NRB. That organization holds a convention every year, and many radio stations do full remote broadcast from NRB. So they will promote the event, but they're also getting out into the community with listeners and promoting the station to the masses of crowds that will be there that might not otherwise be aware of your station. So it can be a really good way to promote your station. On-air drops. Another option is to just have an on-air host out there and not do a full remote broadcast. That's when you would utilize that phone. You would just have scheduled what we call drops on the air from the host, who would just talk about what's happening out there, urging people to come out and see them. They're handled just promoting the station and what's happening there. Most of our remote broadcasts are handled that way now. We rarely do a full live remote broadcast. So real quickly, if you're on air at doing drops during a live remote broadcast, here are a few on-air tips. 1, introduce yourself. Get to know people just like you would if you were meeting them on the street in a regular fashion. You're just going to want to say hi and be friendly. 2, tell listeners where you are again. Make sure they know. 3, urge them to come join you. Tell them you want to meet them. You do want to meet them. 4, describe the scene around you. Paint a picture in their mind's eye of what's happening. If I were talking about this particular event, I would say there are hundreds of students and professionals gathering together under a big tent and in the lobby of Vision Africa Radio. It's a great place to be. It's exciting. It's fun. Come join us. Utilize an interesting listener or story, someone who's benefited from the radio station or who is there for a particular reason. Maybe here I would talk to someone about what they're learning from the training and why it's valuable to them and why they came. Then be sure to stay within your time parameters. As always, we're broadcasters, we know this. And then close by telling who's listening on air, who you are, where you are, and how long you'll be there, and invite them to join you. So 1, introduce yourself. 2, tell them where you are. 3, urge them to come join you. 4, describe the scene. Then utilize an interesting listener story to encourage them to come out. You can put an expert on the air. Then be sure and stay within your time parameters and close by telling your listeners who you are, where you are, how long you'll be there, and inviting them to come out and join you. Okay, have fun. Have fun. Your listeners are going to have fun too. Here's a photograph. This is something that Vision Africa was doing in the Dallas, Texas area. And again, you can see they just utilized that station banner. And there's Bishop Sunday with the board chairman and his wife at Vision Africa. But you can see they're smiling, they're having a good time. You know, you can do something as simple as make that visual a little impromptu selfie booth where people can take photos. You know, we found that sometimes our community outreach has actually garnered interest from television stations and radio stations and media. Each year, for instance, our prayer center will go out on remote during Thanksgiving, which is a holiday in the U.S., which I'm sure you've heard about, where we'll have turkey and dressing and all of that just that time of year. Well, at this remote that we go to, the church that we go to is distributing food for Thanksgiving. So those that they're serving will go through the line, they'll pick up their turkey, they'll pick up their dressing and all the fixings for the Thanksgiving meal, and then our prayer center is a stop on the way, and we offer to pray with them. And last year when we were doing that, the local television stations came out and they covered the event. And so KCBI got some what we call earned media from the event just by being there. The radio station or the other media talked about KCBI and what we had to do there. So we also do giveaways, and I mentioned this earlier, but just the idea of having prizes out there that people can win, it's a good way to build camaraderie with your listeners. Okay, meet your audience face to face. There really is no substitute. Giving them a hug, hearing their stories, spending time with them, and hearing how God is using your station in their lives. It's not a time for you to hide behind the microphone. It is the time for you to get out and meet them. Look them in the eyes, shake their hands, ask their name, and thank them for listening. You might forget those personal encounters, but they will never forget it, and they'll remember how kind you've been to them. It is a great way to build station credibility and love for your station out in the community. Promote yourself as part of the station or ministry. This is a great way to get people to come out. You, as an on-air host, are a draw, and they want to meet you. So when you mention that on the air and remind people that they can see you at the event, that's a great thing to get them to come out. And then make sure your name appears somewhere that people can read it, preferably with your face next to it. And even better, you could have photos that you could have autographed that you could give to listeners, which would be a great fun thing for them to take home. Here's another idea. You could have someone take photos of you standing with listeners that could be printed right away and signed. So listeners will be more likely to hang onto a photo that has them standing next to their favorite announcer. Okay, finally, I am out of time, but be sure and stay around after the remote broadcast ends. Thank everyone. That's just basic good manners. It's important. And don't disappoint your listeners. So if they came all the way out to see you and maybe they're a little late, I would suggest that you go ahead and stick around and just take that extra few minutes to say thank you for coming, shake their hand, give them a nice gift, and that will be a blessing to them. Now, in closing, I have one final thing. I've been talking a lot about station swag and items, promotional items, and I did bring something that I wanted to give to each of you. So I'm going to be passing these out as the next speaker comes up. We won't distract you with it, but I did want to give you a little gift from KCBI. It's a bumper sticker, and on one side is the sticker that promotes the station, and on the other is a QR code that takes you to the radio station website. So that's just a fun illustration of something simple and inexpensive that you might be able to do to promote your radio station. Well, thank you so much, and get out and enjoy your listeners in the community.
Membership base, enhanced
Thank
financial
you.
stability,
A round of
and
applause for
elevated
it.
the
And then,
annual
very
NRB
important, clap for
convention,
yourself.
which
Clap
now
yourself
attracts nearly
for
6,000
your
Christian
time
media
for the
professionals
decorum.
worldwide.
As
For
a
10
Nigerian
years,
living
Miller
in
worked for
Nigeria, I
Gateway
can read the
and
cues on your
and was involved
faces.
in leading
A
several
lot of
business
people want to go on
startups,
break, but
including Gateway's
2 more
expansion
classes
into
and we
Europe
can
and
go
Asia, with new
for a lunch
manufacturing
break. The
facilities
sun we
and a
know
global
is passing
information
through
technology application
directly
strategy.
overhead at the Tropic of
Also
Cancer,
served
but we
as
need to
Executive Vice
maximize
President
the
and
weather.
Chief Operating
Let me
Officer
introduce
for D.
the
James
next
Kennedy
class.
Ministries.
The art
Miller has
of
made media
turnaround,
appearances on outlets
organizational
including the
recovery
Washington Times,
and prosperity,
TBN, Salem
and
News
that's to be
Channel,
taken by
Real
the
America's
president
Voice,
and
Fox and
CEO
Friends, and the Christian
of
Post. He also
NRB.
regularly
Welcome
contributes
Troy
op-eds to
Mila once
outlets
again.
such as Newsmax,
You're welcome.
Fox News, and the Daily Caller. He served with distinction in
All
the
right.
U.S. Navy.
Thank you guys
from
once again. I don't know if there's anything that excites me more than this topic, and that's the art of the turnaround. How do we turn around an organization, a project, something that's gone astray and got off its path? And unfortunately, it has to happen more than not. So first of all, what does it mean to turn something around? Anybody? All right, quick exercise then, since you guys have all been sitting so long. Everybody stand up. Everybody, come on, just stand up. All right, stand up. All right, look forward. Now, turn around. No, not all the way. Just turn around. Not a circle. See, there's the good illustration for those of you that just turned around. All right, stretch. Ooh, big stretch. Reach in the sky. Reach high as you can. There we go. All right, let's have a seat. Feels better though. So there's a little illustration in there. How many folks by show of hands, when I said turn around, just turned around and looked the other way? How many of you just turned around and looked the other way? How many of you turned all the way around? Okay, so here's the thing about the art of the turnaround. The art of the turnaround is the premise is we're heading in the wrong direction. The organization, the project, whatever it is you're working on, the production is heading in the wrong direction. And the art of the turnaround is to get it to turn into the right direction. And so nothing wrong with you guys that turned all the way around. It's just a fun little illustration. But if you turn all the way around when you're doing something, I'm driving the cameraman crazy because I can't stand still. When you turn all the way around, what happens when you turn all the way around? You're headed back in the same direction, right? You're headed back in the same direction. So one of the things in the art of the turnaround, one of the key questions you have to ask yourself right off the bat is when somebody calls you in and says, hey, this project, this production, this company is going in the wrong direction, one of the things you have to ask yourself right off the bat is, what direction is it heading? What do you mean by the wrong direction? Because that question in itself implies, what's the right direction, right? And if you don't know what the wrong direction is, the direction the company's heading in, you might find yourself simply turning everything all the way back around and heading in that same direction. And I've seen that happen on a number of projects in particular. On a number of projects, that people will have a project, they'll come in, they'll say the project's heading in the wrong direction. In other words, it's not getting finished, it's not on budget, it's not meeting the expectations, only to have managers take over the project and 3 months later find out they're heading in the exact same direction that the project was in to begin with. So you have to figure out, first of all, what the wrong direction is. What are we missing? And then you have to ask yourself and figure out what direction should we be heading. Because if you don't know what direction you should be heading, then it's really hard to turn anything around. Because you don't know where to stop on that compass, to stop in that turn, to say that's the right direction. See, some projects might be, or organizations, they might be heading in the wrong direction, but maybe they're not totally off course. Maybe they're only about halfway off course, right? Maybe they're only missing the course by halfway, or maybe they're 3/4 of the way off course, or maybe they're all the way off course and they've got to head in a totally different direction. And so that's one of the things you have to figure out. And this goes back to what both Sharon and Chuck were talking about in these other sessions, is if you don't know, especially as an organization or a project or even a production that you're doing, if you don't know what direction that should have been heading in the first place, it's pretty easy to get off course, because there really isn't a course. And so I've heard it mentioned several times that you really have to know, and I'm going to talk at an organizational level here, but it really applies down to projects or productions or anything else. But an organizational level, if you don't know what the vision for the organization is, if you don't understand where the vision is, and think about vision for a second. We use that word in management all the time and in planning all the time. Vision, if you don't know where you're looking, the word vision, where you're looking and where you want to be, it's really hard to get there. Just think about that. Think about if you yourself, if you're in a room and the room has all kind of furniture and things in it, are you going to close your eyes and just start walking? Or are you going to look, say if you want to get to the door, are you going to be looking at the door and planning your path to get to that door? You're going to be looking at the door. Nobody would purposely close their eyes, but a lot of companies do that in the fact that they don't set a vision for the organization. So they have no idea where they're going, and they're just kind of aimlessly walking in the dark. Second, and these two go together, I always teach this in hand to hand, if you don't know what mission you're on, what am I trying to accomplish, okay, as an organization? Why am I trying to get to that door? What am I trying to accomplish? If I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish, then getting to the door doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because once I get there, what am I going to do? I have to know what I'm trying to accomplish, and then what we call objectives, or how we sort of get our pathway to get to those things that we're trying to accomplish. And so in a turnaround, an organization has either lost its vision, lost its mission, and has no objectives. That's usually right off the bat. So there's a reason they picked me for this topic. There's a couple of reasons. I have done, over my 35 years of managing, I have turned around a number of projects at organization stuff. It's one of the things that I really like to do, and for whatever reason excel at doing that. But every single time I go into a project or an organization, it's the same thing. Nobody knows where they're going, why they're going there, and how they're going to get there. This organization, NRB, back in 2019, 2018, found itself in that very same position. Even though it had a vision statement and a mission statement, it had basically put them up as words on the wall and abandoned them. They weren't following them. Rather than do that, it was just walking in the dark, and they were chasing after everything. And NRB in 2009 was a company that was on the edge of bankruptcy. There was an organization that was completely on the edge of bankruptcy. And the first thing I did when coming in after a crisis, what do we do in a crisis? It's the first thing we do. Assess, all right? After coming in and assessing the issue, the first thing I did was to figure out, for my leadership, what's the vision, what's the mission, and what objectives are we going to set to get there? And so once you figure that out, what do you think the next step is? To figure out what direction the organization should be going. What's the mission that we're going to do when we get to that direction? What's that organization, and what's the mission that we're going to accomplish when we get there? What's the next step, do you think, that we do after that? Think about it. Think about that. Let me get it. So I don't know if any of you guys know, I was a U.S. Navy sailor. So I was in the U.S. Navy for 6 years, and I take a lot of things back to the Navy. When a captain sets a course on a ship, what's one of the first things he has to do? I heard somebody say it. Communicate, tell everybody else on the ship where you're going, right? If you ever watch a movie and the captain will go, hard to port, heading 260, right? He's given the orders of the direction where the ship is going. That's key in the turnaround, because if you're the only one that knows where the ship is going, the ship's not going to get there. The ship won't make it there. You have to communicate to the whole team. One of the first things in the turnaround you have to do is get the whole team on board for the mission and the vision and the objectives of the organization. If you can't get the team on board, then you're turning that ship is going to be so hard. You're going to be fighting the whole time to get the ship turned around, simply because you don't have your team, your crew, on board. And so after you establish that, after you figure out this is the mission, this is the vision, this is where we're going, you want to communicate, and make sure your whole team is on board. Because you want everybody working together for that effort, because you're off course. And it's going to take work to get you back on course, hard work. This will be turning an organization around is some of the hardest work you'll ever do, because it doesn't happen overnight. In 2018, it took from 2018 to 2023, 5 years for me to get this organization back on track. It wasn't an overnight process, and the farther off track your organization is, the farther you're out of what we call in the Navy your lane, the harder it is to get back to where you're at. So it's going to take a lot of work. So get ready to roll your sleeves up. Okay. So once you have that, once you have everything on board, okay. So kind of like our crisis, we've assessed it. We know everything. We're getting that all communicated. Now what do we need to do? Plan. Right? Plan. We got to make a plan. Here's the difference between a crisis and trying to get an organization back on track. We said in the crisis the plan had to be what? Flexible, right? The plan had to be flexible, because in a crisis we're usually dealing with a very short period of time. Okay, we have the period of the crisis. A plan, we have a longer period of time. So planning when you're getting an organization back on track has to be much more disciplined, okay? It has to be thought through. You have to lay out solid items that you know you're going to do and to accomplish in the process. It's not quite as flexible as the plan that you're doing when you're in a crisis. So this is how you're, as a manager, you have to realize different situations that you're in. So this plan has to be more disciplined. And in this plan to get everything back on track as an organization, you're going to have to make some tough decisions. Getting an organization back on track, as I said, the art of the turnaround is management's kind of tough decisions. Because one of the things that happens when an organization gets off track is not only is the organization off track, but everything in the organization itself is off track, which means you're probably not spending money in the right places. You're probably spending them in all the wrong places. You probably don't have the right people you need. You might even have mostly wrong people because you're off track. And then when you look at other resources as well, those resources are not being utilized the way they're supposed to be. And so you have a lot of work to get your organization back on track. Unfortunately, when we started to get NRB on track, we had to make some of those tough decisions. We weren't spending finances, so in order to get finances under control, we had to make some tough decisions, and we had to let some staff go. We had to cut back on projects. We had to stop doing things. And then we had some people that were on the staff that were on the wrong place. They were the wrong kind of people because they were hired thinking the ship was heading in this way. So think of it this way: we hired a bunch of people that were used to working in the Arctic, and we really needed a bunch of people that knew how to work on the equator. And so we had to go ahead and let that part of the staff go and hire this part of the staff, the right part of the staff to get there. So when you're turning an organization around as a leader, from a leadership standpoint, just remember you're going to have to make some very tough decisions. And you have to make those decisions in the context of, where are we heading? Where are we going? What's our vision? What's our mission? What are our objectives? Where are we going? And always, always, always in that, keep in mind, what got us off track? What got us off track? Because you don't want to repeat that again. And then the last part of turning an organization around, so once you have all of that in place, now the hard work. Execute, execute, execute. It's no good if you make all the, you know all the vision, you know the mission, you know the plans, you know where it's going. It's no good if you put all the resources where they need to be if you don't execute on the plan. If you don't actually do the steps you need to do. If you don't cut the programs you need to cut, if you don't let the people go that need to be let go, if you don't reallocate the funding, if you don't go raise money in this area, it's no good if you're not executing. And that means you have to hold people accountable. Because in turning an organization around, you don't have the same flexibility, especially when your organization is on the verge of bankruptcy. You don't have, that's going out of business. So if you're on the verge of going out of business, you don't have the flexibility to tolerate not getting the plan done, or people not doing their work, people not executing. You have to execute. In order to do that, the one thing you have to do while you're executing the plan is to assess and adjust. Right? So, again, I'm a sailor, so a lot of people think when you go out on a ship that it's just real easy. You point the ship in the right direction and it goes. But you have a lot of things working against you. Any sailors in the room? Anybody who sails? Anybody been out on the ocean? Got to get some sailors out there. And do that. So whether you're in a big Navy ship like I was on a Aegis class cruiser, whether you're in a ship like that or even an aircraft carrier, it doesn't matter how big the ship is or whether you're on a sailboat, you always have to assess your heading and adjust. Because whether you know it or not, there are invisible forces around you getting you off course. The wind, even a ship that doesn't have sails, If you don't adjust for the wind, you will get pushed off course. And we used to teach people, so if I'm here and I'm going this way and I'm 1% off course, in 2 steps, you can't really see that, right? Remember, I'm going straight backwards, but I'm 1% off. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Where am I at? I was trying to go straight back, but I'm off course. So you always have to check the course and adjust. You have to take a couple of steps, check where you're at, adjust your heading, get back on course, because the wind, currents in the water, waves, all kinds of things. Even at sea, people don't realize the temperature of the water and the sun can actually move the ship just enough. At 100 or 200 yards, it's no big deal. But 100 miles later, you wanted to be over here and you're 200 miles over there. And so you have to adjust, assess your direction and adjust, assess your direction and adjust, assess and adjust. I actually think that one of the most challenging and fulfilling things is to turn an organization or a project around. And let me tell you about NRB for a second, and I'm not bragging. This is, the only bragging is God on this. But I came into the organization in 2018. It had a net worth of a negative $387,000. That means it was $387,000 in the red, okay? And that was the network of the organization. They had no idea how they were going to pay their employees in the next several months, how they were going to pay all their bills that were due, and those things. So we did all the steps that we're talking about here. We assessed the situation. We figured out how they got off track. We made all the adjustments. And over the next 5 years, we kept assessing and adjusting, assessing and adjusting. Today, NRB is probably in the best position it's ever been financially and operationally. Not only were they a major financial disaster, but they weren't doing anything that they were supposed to be doing as an organization. They weren't battling for the religious freedoms. They weren't helping out with regulations and all things that were going through. Today, the organization is well over $2 million in the black. And we had to reduce the organization literally down to a staff of 6. And today we built that back up. We're a staff of 21. And so we have staffing in every single area of the mission that we're supposed to be accomplishing. Every area of our mission now has staff in it. And we've gotten to a point where we've turned the ship so well that we're now thinking of new missions and new things that we can do to help organizations, like be a part of coming over and training leadership internationally in other countries. And that's why it's so important, especially when we're doing this in a project that's for the gospel, right? When we're doing it for a gospel, we're doing it for God. You know, Proverbs tells us that we do all things to the glory of God. And one of the things that gets us in trouble as leaders a lot is we tend to think we're doing all things for the glory of the leader, for the praise of the leader. But when we have a humble spirit, a servant's heart, and understand that we are here by the blessing of God, then God can accomplish anything he wants through us, because we're just there ready to serve him. I see a bunch of people out here, a bunch of people that are in those situations now, leadership, whether you're pastors, whether you're ministers, whether you're leaders of organizations, whether you're part of the police force here. I see people who I see so much hope and so much potential and so much future in, because I know that's the kind of leadership you guys are going to embrace in what you're doing. So know this, as I close here, I'm going to be praying for every single one of you that God's leading you to the place that He has called you, and wherever He's called you, He's leading you to be the best that you can be. And if you happen to have to turn something around, God's going to be there with you. And remember to grab these notes. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Troy again for that expository, the president of NRB. Thank you for that expository and interesting section of the class. As you can see, the snacks is going around. We are not going to take a break for now. We're all adults. You can comfortably take your food. We just have to maximize the time so we can leave here in no time. I am pleading everyone to cooperate with us as we bring onto the podium our next lecturer to take us on media strategy and vision. Let's make welcome Dr. Chuck Pollard for this interesting session. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Chuck Pollock holds a PhD from Howard University and lives in Norfolk, Virginia.
There we go. Hallelujah. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Amen. Okay, folks. We again, have you noticed each session we have things which are in common in each session. And again, that's on purpose, so that it can be part of the overall theme of what we're doing. Okay, let's see. Are you all ready to take notes? Yes? You ready? Good, because we're going to be talking about vision. See? Again, we're going to be talking about vision and how that affects strategy. I mean, you can have a wonderful vision. How many of you are saying that you have a great vision? How many of you would say, this is something I would like to do someday. These are my goals. How many of you, there's two, there, that you have a goal. This is your vision. And this is the way you want it to happen, right? That's the way you want to happen. And oftentimes, if you feel that God has given you that vision, it is like a present, isn't it? It is like a present. It's something that it was given to you. Now remember, I shared with you that if you have a vision, God put you together in your mother's womb, right? And He gave you a vision and a purpose. And God is not an abusive father. God will give you the tools that you need to get the job done. He won't tell you to dig a hole and tell you to do it with your fingernails. He will give you the tools to get it done. So therefore, He will give you the internal gifts. He will give you the internal gifts. There are people who are born leaders. Do you ever meet a born leader? Someone that, wow, they are born leaders. I will follow that person. They have great vision, and they are just talented in that area. I believe in what they're doing. And see, here's the thing, folks. If you have a vision, your job is, as we mentioned last time, is to communicate that vision, not only to your staff, not only to the people that you're working with, but you need to share it to everyone when the time is right. When the time is right. I worked with a man. I spent a number of years in the Middle East, and we set up radio stations, television stations in southern Lebanon. It was called the Voice of Hope. And I worked for a man who was at one time the executive vice president of the Learjet Corporation. And he was about this tall. His name was George Otis. He was about this tall. Only this tall. I'm not kidding. This tall. And he was about 70 years old. So he was pure white hair. White hair. And he was thin. Very, very thin. But this man was so dynamic. He was filled with the vision of what he felt God wants him to do, to establish these radio stations. Now, the radio stations were in a war zone. Many people were being shelled in that area. But yet at the time, the message that a radio station could bring was so important. That was the message of peace. And so he was one who shared with me. I worked with him I told him no 3 times, by the way. When he asked to hire me, I was managing a radio station in the great state of Texas. And I got this call saying, I want to start a radio station in Lebanon, and it's going to be a Christian radio station, and it's going to be, work for peace. And something about Lebanon came into my head, and I said, isn't there a war going on there? And he says, yeah, funny you say that, but the terrorists have promised to blow up the radio station the day it signs on the air. I said, what? And I told him no. He called me the next day. He said, pray about it. I told him no. He called me the next day. And this time he said to me, Chuck, what did the Word of God tell you about coming or not coming to the Voice of Hope? What did the Lord tell you personally about you coming or not coming? Did you really pray about this? And he was right. I hadn't even prayed about it. My daughter had just turned 3 years old. And I had to face my wife's parents to tell them I would bring their daughter and their grandchild to a radio station that the PLO had promised to blow up the next day. I was more afraid of her parents than I was the PLO. Now, why do I tell you this? It's because George Otis was able to raise over $7 million. $7 million over a period of 4 years for the radio station and the television station that we had there. Now, how did he do it? How did he do it? First of all, he had vision. He had vision. Now, he had vision, and he knew, as a man of action, he knew what to do. And he inspired that in us. And over 4 years, I became a lot like him. Well, sometimes I would ask him, I would say, George, how do you raise all of this money? How does this happen? Now, hear me when I say this. This is really important. Because he says, when it comes to your vision, if that vision is that important, you need to tell the story. Tell the story, and when you're done with that, tell the story. Now, let me say that again. If your vision is that good, if you've done your planning and you know that this is something that will really help people, and you want to see that vision accomplished, you need to tell the story, and when you're done with that, what do you do? Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Tell the story. Scripture says you cannot help but share the things that are in your heart, the things that are excited in your heart. Am I right? If you're excited about something, you want to tell everybody. And you're going to tell them again and again and again and again and again until people catch the vision. So That's a guy by the name of George Otis. Tell the vision. Tell the story. Tell the story, and when you're done with that, tell the story. Now, we're talking about media strategy and vision, so how does this work? Oops, sorry. Now, these are the things we're going to be talking about real fast. So please, buckle up, okay? Come on. There we are. Strategy and vision. Strategy and vision. Strategy is working it out, okay? It's action-oriented. Visioning is more effective, something that is inspirational, something that really guides the strategy. So my question was, and I was very curious about this is the first time I'm ever teaching this. No matter what country I've ever been in, this is the first time I'm teaching this. And it's very important. Because how does strategy inform vision? And how does vision inform strategy? Because they both need to be together. One inspires the other. So how do you do this? How does this happen? And so how does, again, strategy affect, and how does vision affect strategy? That's one of the questions we're going to be looking at. And what are the elements of decision making? Physically, emotionally, and spiritually in the realm of considerations and overall scheme of things. That's exactly what was my question. When I first approached this subject just a couple of weeks ago, I said, wow, how does that happen? And I think it's going to be really important for those who are going to be leaders in the media industry. How many of you are going to be leaders? Let me see it. Come on. Believe in yourself. Come on. How many of you want to be leaders and affect the direction of media in Nigeria? All right, good. That I thought perhaps I need to share what I've learned about strategy and vision. Because this is something, as Troy mentioned, you will have to deal with on a daily basis. Vision will be there for a long period of time. Strategy is how you get there. Got that? That's your goal. The vision is your goal. That's from here to there. Strategy tells you how you get there. So let's see what we have here. Oh. And we have to understand the relationship between strategy and vision, of course. And the importance of decision making in shaping both the vision and the strategy. Let's take a look at strategy. Just sometimes it really helps to define what you're talking about, right? You know what I mean? Sometimes I can tell you a word, and what I think the word means and what you think the word means is something different. And sometimes you have to agree on what that definition is so you can make sense out of it. Okay, so what is strategy? Here it is. It's a plan of action designed to achieve a long-term goal. A long-term goal. Something I did not have in my last presentation, by the way, for a leader, because a leader is usually the one who carries the vision. The manager is the one who deals with the strategy. So for the leader who deals with the vision, one of the attributes of a leader is patience. Patience. Because you have to know the timing. You have to know what the timing is in many areas of the decision making. Okay, it guides the allocation of resources to meet objectives. That's strategy. Okay, that's how to get there, right? So within the context of planning how you're going to get there, you have priorities. Am I right? Not everything. You can't do everything all at once. Am I right? You can't do everything all at once. You have to decide on priorities. What do you do first? What do you do second? What do you do third? And why? Because usually in a strategy, one thing leads to another. You have what's called dependencies. That this step is dependent upon the step before it. And so therefore you have to go all the way back and you have to build that foundation so you can get to that step. But you have to know how much money you have to raise, correct? You have to know how much it's going to take to do it. Because if I stayed as a visionary, if all I did was vision, and we're going to be talking about blue sky here in a moment, explain that in a moment. If all I was going to be doing was vision all the time, as we've said before, if that's all we're going to do, all we're going to do is dream. All that is a dream. If we never build a strategy and execute that strategy, if we never execute it, all that was, all of that wonderful vision that you were given is just a dream. And you'll end up getting older and may never achieve your dream. Because planning and executing is absolutely essential. So you have to know how much money you have to raise and how you're going to do it. Okay, let's define vision. Very simple. Very simple. Vision is a description of what an organization wants to achieve. Where? In the future. In the future. Management usually deals with right now. Correct? Vision deals with the future of what you want to see happen. As a matter of fact, Bishop Sunday and Serafina, we sat down. We normally do that each year, and we talked about what we want to do next year for the Media Institute. We've already begun, but it's in the future. It's a year ahead, and so now we're talking about how, if that's the case, what do we need to do to make that happen? How much will it cost? It serves as a motivational tool for stakeholders. How many of you said that you have a vision? How many of you said that you have a vision for your life and your goals? All right? Are you excited about that? Do you know it's going to take hard work? Do you care? Do you care that it's going to take hard work to do it? All right. If it's your vision, you're willing to do anything. In other words, what's that word again that starts with a P? Passion, right? It's passion. What are you willing to sacrifice? Right? What are you willing to sacrifice for your vision, for the calling that is in your life? You know, that I call it a royal calling. If indeed it's God, then that's a royal calling. That you may be the only one who has that calling in all of history. So that's exciting. It is exciting. So you don't mind. There we go. The interplay between strategy and vision. How does strategy influence vision? Let's take a look. Strategy shapes the pathways to reach the vision, right? The steps, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. That's what we've shared. It defines, it then shows the way. As a visionary, we may see the goal, and we need to point the way and say, let's go, guys, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. This is the vision. We're going to meet the needs. This is going to be a great radio station, a good program. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And you're pointing forward, and if you're a leader, you have people following you. And within that group, you have someone who helps you to devise a strategy, the steps to reach it. And sometimes the person who will carry out that vision may not be the visionary. Scripture says that there are diversities of gifts. I am a visionary. I've also been a manager. but I'm a better visionary than I am a manager. I think Sharon can share that with you. Sometimes I am better at visioning, imagining, coming up with exciting things and powerful things. But when it comes to the day-to-day, step by step, not so much. That just kind of, let me confess to you, it bores me. But on the other hand, Sharon, on the other hand, she is a great planner. She is a great manager. And she has done that for many, many years. Many, many years. We have anywhere, we have these, what they call glass ceilings. Have you ever heard of that? Glass ceilings where in areas where women don't necessarily have a lot of leadership roles, she has broken those glass ceilings. She has. And that's why it's an honor to work with her. So as I'm running, as a visionary, I'm looking for someone who is a great manager, someone who can then come up with a way to meet those goals. Decisions made within a strategic framework can refine the vision based on feedback and results. So here's the thing. A visionary is no more valuable than a manager. Let me say that again. A visionary is no more valuable than a manager. Because if a visionary does not have a manager to come up with a strategy, then the vision dies. Conversely, the same thing is the other way around. If a manager has no visionary to follow, then it becomes a very boring life for the manager, because they're not moving toward a specific and impactful goal. And so here, there are strategic frameworks. It refines the vision. So the manager may say to me, Chuck, look, we can do that, but it's going to take 4 years. I said, but I don't want it to take 4 years. I want it today. And he'll say, Chuck, no. It's going to take at least 4 years. Now, we'll go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But what that does is that the manager is a facilitator. The manager who believes in the vision refines it and makes an action plan to make it happen. And the visionary, well, he has to accept it, or she has to accept it. How much does vision influence strategy? Well, I'm glad you asked. The vision sets the ultimate goal. Ta-da, right? From here to there, right? Guiding the strategy's development. So in other words, if there are 10 steps, the manager comes up with those 10 steps. However, what drives it through those 10 steps? It's the vision. It's the inspiration of the vision that drags it through those 10 steps. That you're on step 7 and you're exhausted. You're tired raising money. You're tired of doing a number of things. But yet, if there's a vision there, and if there's a vision to continue inspiring everyone, you're going to get it done. A clear vision can inspire innovative strategies and direction. Whoa, that is true. That is true. It's easier for a manager to define this way and not that way. Troy mentioned that. Troy mentioned that. It's important to remember your vision and having your mission statement. Right? Okay? And it's like, this is the way, go ye in it. Right? This is the way, go ye in it. Go it. So that if you're walking this way, as Troy said, if you're walking this way and you're this much off, if you're this much off, and over a period of time you're way off, and you won't reach your goal. The vision keeps you on track. The vision keeps you on track, and the vision is motivated and articulated by the mission statement. Oh, here we are. I love this part. I've got 1 minute. Okay, everybody look at me, please. I love this part. Blue sky. Blue sky. If God is giving you a vision, or if you have a vision, your goal, how are you going to make it happen? And what we do is what some people call brainstorming. Brainstorming. But basically, I like to call it blue sky, as do a lot of other people. Why? Because you have this lofty goal, this vision. And what you need to do is this. If I had a chair, I'd do it. But you need to sit way back in your chair. Not figuratively, but basically look up to the sky. Imagine that is the next couple of years in the sky. And you need to imagine a totally blue sky. Totally blue sky, devoid of any problems, trials, or tribulations. Don't think of the money. Don't think of the people. What is your top thing? What is it? At the end of the day, what do you want to see this vision look like? In its fullness, if you had all the money in the world, if you had the right people in the right places at the right times, what would it look like? What would it look like? And look up, and dream. Dream, dream, dream. I love this, by the way. I do it all the time. But just imagine, because here's the thing, folks. The clouds, if you include the clouds too soon, it will obscure the vision. You hear what I'm saying? So therefore, you look up and you come up with what that goal, what you would love to see. But now here's the thing. You can't stay there. After you write all of this down, that this is what you want, devoid of any problems, trials, or tribulations, and you write this down, and the vision is beautiful, and you write it down. But if you stay there, you're delusional. Okay? Because that's not life, is it? How many of you know life is not perfect? Do you all know that? Anybody think it's perfect? Okay, no, it's not. But in order to make it reasonable, to make it work, you have to accept a certain amount of limitations. And therefore, when you sit back and you're thinking about what that vision is, and you're envisioning, you bring in a cloud. Don't bring in all the clouds at once and say, oh, I can't do this. I'll never get the money. I'll never have the people. I'll never be able to do this. Oh, I should have never done this in the first place. Then you look up, all you see are clouds. And the clouds represent what? Problems, trials, tribulations. But you have to deal with it, don't you? And so, but in this case, you bring in one cloud. Just one. You deal with one cloud. Bring in one cloud. One issue. Deal with it. Have your manager there. Come up with a strategy to deal with that issue. And you'll see that cloud get smaller and smaller. Is it gone? No. But it's smaller. And then you sit back and you have another cloud. And you deal with that one. That may be money. How are you going to deal with that? Another cloud about staff. How are you going to deal with that? And you deal with it. You think about, well, how can we work that out so that that's not as much of an issue? And you make plans. You see what I mean? And then over time, you take care of all of the issues. All of the issues. And you're still seeing blue sky. It may be partly cloudy, okay? You may have a few clouds up there, but you're seeing past them to the end of your vision. It can work. Do I hear an amen? You will reach your objective. You will reach it because you're good in what you do, or you will be good at what you do. And if God gave you this vision, it's his will. And you can't get better than that. So that's blue sky. Okay, it inspires innovation and breakthrough ideas. It challenges its status quo. I'm going to leave it there. Now, let me see your hands. How many of you have a vision? How many of you have a hidden vision? I pray that you will be able to reach that vision in a way with energy, with inspiration, and with total vision. In the name of the Lord. Amen. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chucks. Thank you. I am happy to announce that we just have one more class before we round off this session. Please, just one more. Let's make welcome just one more. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Troy to take us on the last class for this session on accountability in the media marketplace. Thank you for your time again.
Didn't push it all the way up. All right. Whoa, wake up. A little loud. Last one. I was hoping you guys were clapping that I was the last one, not clapping that I was like, get him out of here. We got to do him again? All right. We'll try to, we'll actually get through this one pretty quick. And I want to have some time at the end just for any questions for me, Sharon, or for Chuck. We can just take any questions you want. But as we've been talking about three major areas of management. Of course, there's crisis management, and then there's management. How do I come in and turn an organization around? But one of the ways that you don't get to either of those two situations is to have good accountability in the media marketplace. And one of those areas that you can have good accountability in is, of course, your accounting area. But it really goes beyond that. So my background, part of my background is in accounting. So I'm kind of a very weird person. I'm a technical engineer and also accounting person. And then I do a fairly decent job, not as good as Sharon, on marketing and thinking of some creative stuff in there. But accounting is really important, and there's two areas we really need to look at. And first of all, in accounting, and I'm not going to talk so much about the first area, and that's our financial recording. That's how we do accounting, okay? So that's how you actually record all the transactions and stuff. And hopefully most of you will have a good accounting person on staff for that, who understands the laws and the rules and the regulations that are pertinent to you and in Nigeria and the state you're in, because accounting laws are a little bit different. Accounting is somewhat a science, but it's not as much about 1 + 1 = 2 as it is about recording what you're doing and how you're spending money. How does that tell a story about what you're doing as an organization. And that's then the second part, which is really the important part. We often, when I went to school, we called it managerial accounting, okay? Or accounting reporting. So the managerial side of accounting is reporting on all of those informations and transactions we're recording in the accounting system. Because the managerial accounting is what tells that story, to tell a story about how your organization is performing. And so there are a few things out there, if you've never been through accounting, there's a few standard things that it doesn't matter where you're at around the world or in the globe. Accounting is pretty much basic accounting, and managerial accounting is all the same. Okay, so one of the first things you want to do is what's called your balance sheet. Okay, most accounting systems will produce a balance sheet. And a balance sheet just gives you kind of a snapshot indication of where you're at in the value of your organization. You know, so how's your organization doing its value? In other words, your assets, how many things you own, you know, what are they worth? And your liabilities, how much money you owe to people, how much is that? And so we call it a balance sheet because we do the accounting in a sense, in a way that the sheet balances. So my assets plus my profits should equal my liabilities, and then I balance out, and it tells you that. And then you can run a whole bunch of different calculations on your balance sheet that will tell you the health of your organization, but those are pretty standard. Your income statement, that's the next report. Your income statement is just that. It tells you on a more detailed basis, what did I spend, how much revenue did I bring in this period for a specific period of time? How much revenue did I bring in? How much were my expenses into that revenue? And the difference between those two is called your net profit or net loss. Okay, so that's your basic accounting sheet there. And then your cash flow, that's the third major report that you want, is a cash flow statement, and it's just what it sounds like. How's my cash flowing, right? If I take more money out of my wallet than I put into my wallet, my cash flow is negative. If I put more money into my wallet than I take out, my cash flow is positive. So just think of your cash flow in that sense of negative and positive. Then you can create, and I would recommend that everybody does this, create what we call your key indicators, okay? These are things that you look at your program, your organization, your project. You know, accounting works on every level in the organization, whether you're working on a project, you're in a department, or the whole organization. It works on every level there. So make sure that you understand that. But your key indicators are kind of, you know, to help you get flags of everything's going good. So if my expenses, I could have a key indicator that shows them that my expenses are more than my income, and that might turn red, you know. Or I could have a key indicator that says a certain expense I want to keep track of. Maybe for a project you have some outside consulting work, and you want to make sure the outside consulting work stays within a certain range, so you could have a key indicator for that. But the point is, you have to start thinking of what are the key things that I need to track from a financial that's going to tell me the story I need to know about this project or organization. Then we get into budgeting, okay? And so budgeting is really simple. It's you forecasting, thinking about what am I going to, what are the financials? I'm taking an educated guess. What do I think the financial system is going to look like? You can budget for a project. You can budget for a television production you're doing. You could budget for a radio program. You can budget for a project if you're building a new radio studio or a new television studio. You can budget for those things. But mostly at a level, you're going to budget like how much income am I going to bring in and how much expenses are going to go out and what they're going to look like. And the thing I tell people, it's an educated guess because, of course, there's a lot of things that go on throughout the year that you can't really plan for. You couldn't plan for, let's say you budget, you're a farmer, and you budget to plant this much crops and you plan to take that much crops in, but you didn't budget for the hailstorm that happened in the middle of the summer or the tornado that wiped out half your crop. And so you can't budget for some things, but you make your best educated guess. And then one of the things, so once you've got that in, the budget basically, I tell everybody in their when I do, like Chuck was just teaching about, when you do planning, when you're doing strategy and planning, the budget should reflect your plan. That's the kind of reflection of your plan. The budget is really the plan lived out in the financial implications of what the plan is, what strategies I'm going to put into place to execute what I want to do. So the budget really should be part of your plan. Now, I'm a big proponent of what I call zero-based budget, which means every year I start from zero, okay? Everything starts from zero. From zero, how much am I going to spend on employees? How much on benefits? How much on travel? How much am I going to spend on utilities? How much am I going to spend? So all of my things go from zero. But I'm not guessing, it's an educated guess because I can look back at my history to see what I've spent and kind of build that education out there. But I always start from zero. One of the things that I always have a little bit of, I don't know if you know the word pet peeve, I have a problem with, is the way governments budget. Governments always budget from the amount they spent last. So governments say, if I budgeted for, let's say I budgeted for a government, I was going to spend $100,000 over the whole year for this one expense. And at the end of the year, I've only spent $90,000. Somebody will run out and spend that $10,000 that's left, because when the budget starts next year, if they said you only spent 90, next year's budget starts at 90 rather than 100. And that's what that's what we call budgeting last out. And governments and a lot of, unfortunately, some nonprofits are also into that budgeting last out. It's really a bad management way to do it, because you really don't get a true indication of what's going on in your organization. You just end up getting a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in the organization. But I want to talk real quick about just one thing I think is really important as you look at your accounting that you understand, and that's the difference between budgets reporting and previous years reporting, because people, especially in the nonprofit world, will really mess this up, and it can get you in a bad situation. So your budget is your plan again, right? So if you're reporting about how your actuals go against your budget, what are you reporting on? Anybody want to take a guess? If the budget's your plan, and you plan to spend, let's say you plan to spend $100, and you actually only spent $75, what does that tell me about my plan? I didn't spend as much as I planned. It's just an indication to the plan. If my plan said I was going to spend $100 and I spent $125, then that tells me that I spent more than I planned. So I either spent less than I planned or more than I planned. But it's just an indication of the plan. It tells me how well I think I'm executing the plan that I put in place. And that's really what the budget tells us. But what the budget doesn't tell us is what's going on in the whole environment, okay? We don't really see what's going on. We only see how well we're executing the plan. And actually, this was one of the things that really got NRB in trouble, because they were kept reporting on how well they were doing toward the plan, and everybody thought everything was okay. What was the problem? It was a bad plan. It was a bad plan. They were doing really good at executing a bad plan. Right? They were really, really good at it. They were so good at executing a bad plan. But previous year analysis, what we call trend analysis, so if we can see how we're performing, one, against the plan, that tells us one thing, but how are we performing against the market in the past? Are our revenues going up? Are expenses going up? Are expenses going down? Are revenues going down? Where's the trend line? What does the trend tell us? And then we can forecast whether or not the plan is really something that's feasible, that's reasonable. And they weren't looking at any of the trends. And if they looked at the trends, they would have seen that their expenses had increased sharply. This just almost in a 5-year period, their expenses had increased 60%. 60%. Now, their revenues had increased just only about, I think it was 8%. Okay? And the problem was at this point that squeeze on the margin. So when their revenues were good, for every dollar that they took in, they spent about 70 cents. So they made a 30 cents margin. So 30-cent profit. But when it went up about 60% for every dollar that they came in, they were losing 3 cents. But if you looked at the plan, the budget, everything looked good. I was spending the money I said I was going to spend. I was bringing the revenue I said I was going to bring in. But it wasn't really telling the whole story. And to tell the whole story, you have to look at the trends of your organization. It's so important. And then I'll end with this, and we'll go to a Q&A time. Just one of the things that you want to look. So that's so important. So you want to first of all make you have good, solid accounting staff that know all the laws, rules, and regulations. In the U.S., we have something we call the GAAP. It's the generally accepted accounting practices. Okay, and that's what all the accountants follow, and they have to get certified and become certified public accountants. So you want to make sure you have good recording. Then you want to make sure you have good managerial reporting. You want to look at your basics of your balance sheet, your income statement, your cash flow, and your key indicators. You want to make sure you develop a good budget, a good plan for what you're going to do. You want to report on that budget, and then you want to report on your trends, on how you've been performing based on past performance to see to anticipate where my performance is going to go in the future. And then the last thing to really help accountability in your organization is what I call non-financial reporting. So this is things that are outside of the financial system that also help you tell the story of how you're doing as an organization or as a ministry here. And a few things you want to record on, you just want to report on to make sure. You want to report on, in the world, you want to know your consumers. Like, who are my consumers? Like, who's my audience? If I'm a radio station, who's my audience? Am I reaching my audience? Do I have more people listening or less people listening? Do I have availability to more people or less people? Who are my audience out there? Who are my consumers? Who's the people I'm trying to use? That's going to help you understand your organization. You want to know about your employees. That's a non-financial thing, but you should do an assessment of your employees every year. Do I have the right employees? Maybe I need to get some of my employees more training. Maybe there's a certain area I need to train them in. Maybe I need to cross-train them so that I lower my risk in certain areas. So you want to look at that. And this kind of builds on what Chuck was saying, but how how do I create reports that tell me whether or not I'm being successful? Because success for a nonprofit organization in particular is not financial. We're not in the gospel to make money. We're in the gospel to reach people. So success is not, we want to run an organization with excellence, but how do I measure my success? How many people have reached out to me and listened to my radio program and told me how it's changed their life, how it's affected their lives? How do I engage with people, as Sharon talked about, so that I get the feedback necessary to tell me how well I'm doing as a ministry and as an organization? And there's a number of things you can do in there, but it really goes back to what Chuck was teaching. If I don't have if I don't know my vision, know my mission, know what my strategy is and my objectives are, then I won't know what to report on. I'm just going to be, again, earlier, like I said, I'm just going to be in the dark, kind of wandering around. But once you know those things, the next exercise you do is to figure out what is key in there for you to report on, and then make sure your people know what you're going to report on. And if we did all that, and we lived up to our Christian calling and walk and worldview, we would be a bright, shining light to the rest of the world on how business should be done as an organization, as individuals. So I hope that helps you, just to give you a little bit on the accountability side, the kind of direction. Any of these I could talk for hours in any of these one here, but just an overview of where we're at accounting wise, and I hope that helps you guys understand how to maintain accountability in your organization, or as yourselves if you start up a new organization. That's it. That's accounting. Okay, they asked to do a question and answer session. So we're going to do a question and answer session. Change of plans. Remember I told you to be flexible? I'm flexible. Okay, I guess we're going to do a question and answer session at the big tent so that everybody can be in there and benefit from the Q&A session. So I'm going to hand the mic back over and let them tell us where we're doing and what we're doing next. And you guys have been great. I mean, really great. Give yourself a round. To be in here this long, to listen to this many sessions and lectures. I mean, what a troop, what a great crowd, what a great audience you've been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him again. Finally, we have gotten to the end of today's session. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate the decorum, and of course, a big thank you to our members of the faculty for, of course, impacting knowledge. I can see that we have blue stockings here and great men of wisdom waiting to explode in the world of broadcasting. Thank you very much. We appreciate. This is exactly how it's going to be. We're not joining the people at the tent immediately because 2 classes going on there at the meantime. So we want to avoid disturbing them. So, but we're ending the class here. But if you're joining them at the tent, however, please do that very gently to avoid disturbing them. So if you have your questions, please send your question to Mario. Mario is here. He will take your questions. He will direct the question to where you should go, and you'll get the responses that you need to all the questions you have for us. Once again, I would like to say thank you to Professor Chuck and thank you, Sharon Geiger, for today. We really appreciate.
Hello. Good afternoon. I want you to do something very quickly. Okay, do you have your pen? You have a piece of paper? Okay, get it, please. And now I want you to close your eyes. Do not fall asleep on me, okay? No falling asleep, okay? But here's what I want. Please close your eyes. Really. Nothing will happen. Just close your eyes. All right. I want you to think about all of the sessions that you've heard here in this track. This track is the living, breathing, beating heart of radio, television, internet, media. This is the track. You can create everything you want, but unless you have this down pat, there's a problem. So, please close your eyes. I want you to think about all of them now. All of the sessions that we've had. And at some time, you said, whoa, wait a minute. No, I don't understand that. Or, but that's not the way I understand it. I have a question. You have that in your mind? You have that in your mind? Okay, open your eyes. Please write the question down. Right now. Write the question down. That was not a trick. But please write it down, because when we get over there, they're going to want to know the questions. Okay? And this gives us the opportunity to share some of what we've said here. We have a chance to share it there. Capiche? Oh, wait a minute. They don't know that. That's Italian. Does that sound good? Amen? Amen? Raise your hand. Say, praise the Lord. Hallelujah. You are great, guys.
It gives you a really good opportunity to use them for mood boards. So I'm going to give some example of mood boards. This is one of the clients.
Thank you very much. Please, one more information for you. We've been advised not to go to the tent for now because of the classes going on there. Please, just stick around within the environment, but don't go to the tent till 3 p.m. Thank you very much. That's the information I have for you. Thank you. Please don't go to the tent. Thank you.
Products or professionals use it when they're doing construction. This is the model that they have on their internal website or magazine. And these are all shots from competitors. This is a shot of one of their other glove types. But I thought, that makes sense for this one too. Shots of DIY projects, like I said, shots of ranching, shots of professional construction. This is another one. This is gardening, but it's still taking that same type of feel across the mood board. So that way when I'm working with this client, I can provide this to the marketing team. They can see it and see where my head is at creatively. And then this is the actual final products that I gave them, all right? So for that one glove that we saw first, I got a rancher that I know who is a person of color. It was something that I had identified with them that they didn't really have in their marketing material, and they said, we need that. So I made sure that that was my shoot. So majority of my shots were with him. And then I also found a professional construction worker, and he was doing some sanding, and I thought, wow, that's really cool how it kicks up the sand on that post that you're doing the work with. So all of those too, if you actually take a closer look at the photos, you can see the logo on the tops of the gloves. The next one is the gardening. There's some detail shots there. There's close-ups. There's also wide shots. It's giving you that full range of lifestyle. Why? Because almost all of those photos were going to be used for social media. I knew the platform. Here's one that was for a pitch. All right? I knew that this pergola company, so that's this outside type of setup here, this pergola company had a lot of product shots, but they had no lifestyle shots. So I went to them, already had this mood board with me, and I pitched them. And guess what? Their marketing team said, wow, we were just talking about we needed lifestyle shots to be using for our marketing. And so it turns out I was able to work with them. And then these are the shots that I came up with for them. So I did a couple of drone shots to give a different perspective than most other companies were doing. And I started providing lifestyle. There's people eating dinner underneath it. There's somebody grilling, somebody reading a book. Planning and lighting. This one's really, really important as well. What's the mood of the brand and the mood of the ad campaign? So your color and your exposure is going to tell entirely different stories. Look at these two foods. That one on the left is bright and airy, all right? That's making you think, you know, that might be light and healthy, right? Like I think, you know, that might not fill me up, but I'm going to feel pretty healthy afterwards. The one on the right, that looks delicious. Wow. I might be really, really full. I might be taking a nap after that because it's dark and moody. And similarly, you need to edit the photos the same. Create that cohesion. Shooting for success, all right? How do you make an image stand out from the rest? 3 ways you can do that. Change your lens, change your angle, and change your light. All of these will drastically change how the image feels. You can see these photos here. This one on the top left, that was for a boot brand, or these are all for the hat brands. But I had the model holding the hat down by her side, and I was shooting up at the hat. It's really creating a different perspective with a wide angle lens. The next was done with a telephoto, but looking at the person gardening, but from kind of a bird's eye view. I was up at a higher level. The next one's further away. It's showing what environment is that hat in. So know where your photos will live. That bottom one was going on a website, so they needed room for text. Those other 2 were for Instagram. And then direct your subject to reflect the lifestyle, mood, and theme behind the company. And obtain a variety of shots, just like this, for that brand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeff. Can we put our hands together once more for him? Please do well to put down your questions and send them to the registration table. Because after this, we're going to take the question and answer session. Now, under the brand photography, in summary, after knowing your brand, the values and the brand uses, the idea is to reinforce brand recognition, build trust, create a compelling narrative about your brand's product and services, and support their marketing efforts. Now, can you once more put your hands together for the presenter? Also, appreciate yourself. Appreciate yourself. It's not easy to be here since morning. Appreciate yourself. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much. Now, would call on our last presenter for today to lecture us on the topic, storytelling as brand marketing. Put your hands together for Mr. Don Geiger.
Okay, we're getting close here. So in this session, we're going to explore how storytelling, something old as humanity itself, can become one of the most powerful tools in marketing. It can be a strategic tool for building your brand. In a digital world flooded with messages, storytelling can help your brand rise above the noise. It helps you connect your mission with your messaging and engage your audience with authenticity and purpose. We'll explore what makes a great brand story, how to create one, and how to use storytelling to inspire trust, action, and loyalty. Let me begin with a simple truth. Facts tell, but stories sell. In this information-rich age, people are overwhelmed. They scroll past ads, they skip commercials, but they will remember a powerful story. Consider this. If I gave you 5 statistics about childhood education, you might forget them tomorrow. But if I told you the story of a young Nigerian girl who overcame long odds to get to school every day and now wants to be an engineer, you would probably remember it. And more importantly, you would care. That's the difference storytelling makes. From a brand perspective, stories give meaning to your message. They provide context emotion, and identity. They transform abstract values such as innovation or sustainability into tangible experiences. And they're not just remembered, they're shared. A brand that knows how to tell stories becomes relatable, human, and trusted. In fact, according to a study by the research firm Nielsen, ads with an emotional pull perform nearly twice as well as those that only rely on information. In today's digital-first, attention-poor environment, storytelling isn't just an advantage, it's essential. What is brand storytelling? Brand storytelling means using narrative structure, such as characters, conflict, and resolution, to talk about your brand in a meaningful way. But here's the key. It's not about your product, it's about your purpose. A compelling brand story answers deeper questions. Who are we? Why do we exist? What future are we helping to create? Brand storytelling must align with your organization's values, culture, and mission. And it tells stories of people, not the products you're selling. Let's take a look at an example. And Jeff talked briefly about Nike earlier. Nike's Just Do It campaign debuted in 1988 with a simple but emotionally charged slogan. It was a bold pivot from talking about product features to focusing on the human spirit and the drive to achieve. This narrative featured elite athletes like Michael Jordan and ordinary people, conveying that greatness is achievable for anyone. It positions sports as a way to overcome challenges and push boundaries. It tapped into universal human themes that emphasize personal journeys, determination, resilience, and pushing past limitations to triumph, directly aligning the brand with these values. And it got results. Here are a few of the quantitative results of the campaign. Within 10 years of launching the Just Do It campaign, Nike's worldwide sales skyrocketed from $877 million in US in 1988 to $9.2 billion in 1998. Brand awareness and global market share soared, and the slogan became part of popular culture, recognized across generations. Nike's market share in the US athletic shoe market grew from 18% to 43% over the decade following the campaign's launch. What made the campaign so successful? Here are some of the key factors. Its universal message empowered everyone, not just elite athletes, and tapped into the human spirit of overcoming challenges. It created an emotional connection by focusing on deeply personal themes of determination, ambition, and courage. It told real stories of elite athletes as well as of ordinary people. Its authentic narratives were very relatable. It was consistent. The Just Do It ethos was consistent in every campaign across the decades. It stayed culturally relevant by featuring athletes and issues that mattered to society. And its memorable slogan created a catchphrase that became part of global culture. Who here has heard of the Just Do It slogan? Yeah, a lot of people. Good. Let's look at the building blocks of a great brand story. First, every story needs a character, someone your audience can relate to. In brand stories, that character is often the customer, not the company. Then you need conflict. What problem is your character facing? Maybe it's a lack of access, injustice, inconvenience, or simply confusion in the marketplace. Conflict creates stakes. It's what makes your story interesting and compelling. The resolution is where your brand steps in, not as the hero, but as the guide. This is where you demonstrate how your product or service enables the transformation. Next, you need emotion. Without emotional resonance, your story is just data. What does your audience feel when they hear your story? Hope, pride, relief, joy? Finally, you need authenticity. It must be real, consistent, and believable. If your story doesn't align with your actions, people will sense it. Authenticity is the foundation of trust. Your brand's mission is its heartbeat. It defines your reason for existing beyond profit. But for many brands, the mission statement sits on a wall or on a website, disconnected from their actual communication. To be effective, your mission must shape every story you tell. Ask yourself, why was the brand created? What need or opportunity were we responding to? What kind of change do we want to see in the world? Your mission should echo in your tone, visuals, campaigns, and customer experiences. It's not about broadcasting slogans. It's about making sure everything you say and do tells a coherent, values-based story. We've talked a lot about audience in the last couple days, but storytelling only works when the story resonates. That means starting not with your message, but with your listener or reader. Who are they? What are their daily struggles, dreams, and fears? Are they students, entrepreneurs, parents? What values do they hold dear? What platforms do they use the most? If you're telling stories to the Nigerian Gen Z audiences, for example, humor, hustle, technology, and resilience might be key themes. And your story had better be mobile-friendly, visually engaging, and scroll-worthy, because they will consume your story on their phone. To tell an effective brand story, you must empathize with your audience and speak their language, not just linguistically, but emotionally. You're not shouting from a billboard, you're starting a conversation, and every great conversation begins with listening. Let's look at another example. GT Bank redefined banking in Nigeria by focusing on simplicity and excellent service delivery, captured in its storytelling campaigns. GT Bank's narrative was built around the idea that banking should be transparent, accessible, and customer-centric, values that were often missing in traditional banking stories. GT Bank brought these values to life with real customer stories and service-focused campaigns. Its ads featured small business owners, students, and everyday people experiencing the ease and empowerment that the bank's innovative services offered. The bank also engaged audiences through digital storytelling that showcased local stories, culture, and entrepreneurship. Let's look at some of the results of this campaign. GT Bank grew to become one of the top 3 banks in Nigeria in terms of profitability and assets. Its customer base expanded rapidly, with millions of new customers adopting their digital banking services. And its brand consistently ranked high in customer trust and loyalty surveys here in Nigeria. What were some of the success factors for this bank's successful brand marketing campaign? Its customer-centric narrative focused on making banking easier for real people, not just financial services. Authenticity. It delivered on the promise through digital innovations and transparent services. Engaging digital platforms went beyond banking and told broader stories of culture, creativity, and business. Modern, relatable messaging. Fresh, modern visuals and language appeal to young, tech-savvy audiences. It demonstrated trust and reliability by consistently delivering on brand promises, reinforcing credibility, and building loyalty. Finally, local flavor. It integrated Nigerian values and contexts into all communications, ensuring cultural relevance. Let's talk about telling stories across platforms. Every platform has its own strengths. And as we talked about earlier, as you tell your brand stories, you should adapt accordingly. Blog posts are ideal for long-form narratives. Use them for case studies, founder journeys, and behind-the-scenes insights. Social media is about short bursts of emotion and clarity. Tell micro-stories. Use photos, short videos, and quotes. On Instagram and TikTok, show rather than tell. On X, use clear language and real-time engagement. Email newsletters are your chance to get personal. Write directly to your audience. Share stories that feel exclusive and relational. Video and audio, such as podcasts and YouTube, are deeply immersive. A 2-minute video can build more trust than text might take 20 minutes to read. The key across all platforms is consistency in voice, values, and vision. People should feel your story, no matter where they meet you. The best brand stories do something profound. They shift the focus from transaction to transformation. These stories sell purpose, not just a product. Rather than saying, buy this shoe, say, join a movement of change makers who walk with purpose. Instead of saying, here's your mobile plan, say, here's how we help you build a business, call your family, or learn a new skill. In this approach, the brand becomes a catalyst for the audience's growth. Think of it this way. Your audience isn't buying a product, they're buying a better version of themselves. Make the customer the hero. Let them see themselves in your story. Invite them to participate in a community that shares their values. That's how you move from selling to leading. Here's a simple checklist to evaluate your brand story. Do we know our mission, and are we expressing it clearly? Have we identified real people or characters to focus the story on? Are we being emotionally honest and engaging? Is there conflict, a challenge, and a credible resolution? Does the tone match the platform? Are we adapting wisely to the platforms we're using? If you can check each of these boxes, you're on your way to creating a brand storytelling that not only sells, but sustains loyalty and trust. Let's look at another example. This company, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. Their noodles have become a household staple in Nigeria, but its success is not just about the product. It's about family, warmth, and shared moments. Through its Mama Do Good campaign, this company told a story about mothers who go the extra mile to make mealtime special for families. This narrative resonated with millions of Nigerian households where food is not just nutrition, but an expression of love and care. Its advertising showed mothers making noodles as a quick, tasty, and affordable meal for their children, linking the brand to family comfort and the feeling of home. The emotional power of these stories transcended mere marketing. It reinforced the brand that understands and it supports the everyday challenges and joys of Nigerian families. Let's look at some of the results. The company became the market leader in Nigeria's instant noodle category. The brand's resonance with family values helped it maintain dominance despite increasing competition. It also has become part of a popular culture, becoming synonymous with instant noodles in Nigeria. Let's look at some of the campaign's success factors. Emotional resonance tapped into the universal love and care that motivates mothers provide, making the brand part of warm, familiar moments in households. Cultural relevance. The campaign showed real-life scenarios in Nigerian homes, reflecting family mealtime as an essential bonding activity. It had a simple, clear message. Its noodles are quick, tasty, and helps mothers nourish their families effortlessly. Consistent brand messaging and visual identity reinforced the narrative over the years. And accessibility made the product affordable and easy to prepare, making it a daily part of family routines. The brand became part of the everyday language and pop culture, embedding it in the national consciousness. We don't have time to practice during this session, but here's a homework assignment that's totally optional. If you choose to do it, pick a local business. It could be a small restaurant, a tailoring shop, a tech startup, or some other business that you're familiar with. Ask yourself, what does this brand stand for? Who is the person at the center of the story? Is it a customer, an employee, or the founder? What challenge are they facing, and how does the brand help? Try writing a short story in just 3 sentences. Keep it specific, human, and real. In closing, remember that storytelling isn't about spinning tales. It's about revealing truth in a way that people can feel. When you build a brand with a story, you're not just creating content, you're building community, culture, and credibility. You're helping people believe in something and in themselves. In a world hungry for meaning, the brands that thrive are those that learn to tell stories that inspire belief and invite belonging. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. It has been an interesting time. Is that correct? It has been a great time. We will take a break for 10 minutes. I know the other class got done before us, so it won't be too good to keep us sitting all through from morning till evening. So we will allow us take a 10 minutes break. We'll return, every one of us will return for the final session, which is actually the question and answer session. If you have your question, I'd like you to please write it down and submit. I am here. My colleague is also here. You can give to her or give to me. We'll be here. So during these 10 minutes, please let's have your question. If you already put them down. If you haven't and you still remember them, put them down so that when we return, we will quickly take out those questions and we'll call it a wrap for the day. Thank you very much. DJ, you can give us soft music, something soft, so that we can interact, rub minds, engage with one another.
the place, except your heart is really, really into what you're doing. It could be heavy sometimes. But this session has been a beautiful one. The media training has been very, very profitable, very interesting, very challenging as well. And I know that everyone who's been here today, in fact, from yesterday, will have a story, a beautiful story to tell. So one more time, I'd like to welcome us to the last part of this program. We've had different sessions, we've had different teachings from yesterday up till this moment. And I want to say that if you have been here, your life will not remain the same. True or true? True or true? True. Your life will not remain the same. Your job will not remain the same. Even your interpersonal interactions with people will be different because you have learned something. And so we will take the question and answer session. We already have the questions taken down. We have them on the screen. We have our resource persons already seated, and they are ever willing to listen and to give advice or proffer solutions. But before we do that, I'd like to make welcome a very important person in our midst. I was so glad when I saw him. He decided to spend part of his day with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us the Chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Abia State Chapter, the Reverend Ojo Uduma. A round of applause for him, please. You're warmly welcome, sir. Thank you for pitching your tent with us today. So we'd like to take the questions. Let's have the first question on the screen. This is the closing part of this event. And remember that before you go, you will take your certificates. Yes, you will take your certificate. It's all part of your CV. So as soon as you get your certificate, include it in your CV. We have the first question to Jeff Wilson. One of the points you highlighted during your presentation is be quiet as interviewee, I guess, talks. Yes. So the question is, would you say it is unprofessional to interject with a pertinent question while the interviewee, I guess, is still talking, especially when the question is related to your line of prepared questions or a statement made by the interviewee that requires clarification? Don't you think interjecting during the interview makes the interview lively and interactive? For instance, a political interview program. Can we have the microphone?
So I would definitely say you do not want to be interrupting who you're interviewing, especially if it's going to be a production, something that you're going to be putting together and post later. You want to let that person talk, and you want to let them keep going on with their thoughts and let them speak those out, because they might, one, say something that you were not expecting them to say, so you might get a really good soundbite, and if you interrupt them, you won't get that. And two, you might make them a little bit less comfortable, and then your interview might go downhill from there. I think what you could do is just kind of note it down, maybe add a little note just underneath it. I do notes in my phone as my checklist of questions. I would just add a little note right there saying follow up on this, or just don't even check it off until you let them finish, and then you say, can you please discuss this more, or whatever you're going to possibly interrupt them with. I would say just let them finish.
Thank you very much. Next question. By Omojua Ernest, Temple Gate Polytechnic. The question is to Dr. Chuck Pollack. Sir, you said strategy shapes the pathway to each vision. How do we get to know that our strategy is shaping a way for us into the future?
Well, at the end of the day, vision comes first. Vision comes first. It's from here all the way to there. That's the goal. That's your vision. That's the precious thing that you've been given, okay? The steps that are taken to make it happen, that's your strategy. Okay, so it all depends on what the vision is. So I hope I've answered the question.
Yes.
And how do you know? It all depends on what you're called to do. I mean, you will probably have many visions, if you will, in your lifetime, in your career. It's not just one. It'll be many. Did you have something? Yeah, that's a good question. Troy just mentioned something that's really important. How do you know that you're getting there? If you're moving forward, if you're executing. Remember, we said that you can plan and plan and plan and plan and plan, but if you never execute, it's just a good idea. And so if you are, how do you know that you're getting there? It's that you're moving forward, that you're making progress.
Thank you very much. Next question. This is for Sharon Geiger and Dr. Chuck. How would one who is looking to state an online radio or product following on a specific subject topic position himself for his ideal audience to find in? And number two, for one looking to change a subject topic, how should he align the new subject topic, which may not relate to his existing audience, to meet the needs of this existing audience?
Okay. Then I'll hand it to you. Okay. If you're going to have an online radio station, by the way, I totally agree with Troy. This is the most exciting time to be alive and be involved in media. This is absolutely true. There's never been a more openness to becoming involved in media than right now. So now's the time to jump. Now, as far as the question is concerned, how do you get to know the audience? Where do you get your audience, basically? In our time together, one of the things I mentioned is that go where the audience is. Remember we talked about get to know your audience. There's enough research out there, and there's enough written out there to know where you can get a basic idea of who the audience is and what they like to listen to, what they don't like to listen to. Go where they are. Make your presence known. If it's online, ask questions. Let people know what you're doing. If you're starting an online radio station, let them know what you're doing. As far as expanding your audience, usually it's a good idea if you want to maintain one station as opposed to two. You could always start another one to target another audience. Or what you can do is to broaden out your audience by including music or topics that are a stretch for the audience that you currently have. And that once you do that, it broadens out the audience until they all accept what you're talking about, or the music.
And I would just follow up by saying that if God has tasked you to reach a certain audience, stay laser focused on that audience. Don't seek to reach another audience if that's not what you're called to do. When you start to, now you can do what Dr. Chuck suggested. However, sometimes when you try to broaden your reach, you end up losing your core, and it leads to failure. So I would advise that if God has called you to reach a particular audience, that you love that audience, that you know that audience, and that you stay laser focused on meeting that audience's needs.
Thank you very much. I'd like us, ladies and gentlemen, to make welcome the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Information, Abia State, Honorable Prince Oke Kano. A round of applause for him, please. Promise made, promise kept. Yesterday he wore a red cap and he promised he was going to wear another color of the cap today, and he did. Thank you so much, sir. We are learning integrity. Thank you. Next question, please. This is for Jeff Wilson. You said, quote, shoot wider for cropping, unquote. But I've come to realize that cropping a picture reduces the original quality. How do we crop a picture so as to retain the original quality?
That's a really good question. That is one that is specific to the gear you are using. If it is an older phone or something like that, you might not be able to crop. And then you do have to think about that when you're planning your shot list. Maybe you aren't able to shoot wider. I was speaking specifically with my camera there, where, I mean, each one of my photos is minimum 48 megapixels, and I mean, it's shooting really large. So when I zoom in and I crop in, it doesn't really lose too much of that quality. But if what you're using is what you have, which honestly is the best thing to be shooting with, you need to always be shooting with what you have to get better. You do need to keep that in mind when you're planning things out. So maybe you aren't able to necessarily shoot wider, so you might already need to know, will there be text on that image? Will there be a logo that needs to be placed on that image? And then you need to not shoot wider, but you need to shoot appropriately for that.
Thank you very much.
Can I add something to that too? My
Yes,
students
please.
get confused about this too. It's important to know the difference between cropping and scaling. So when you take a picture really large that's bigger than what your final resolution is and you crop it, you're not losing any original data. All you're doing is deleting the pixels that you don't want. All of the pixels that remain still have their original integrity to them. But if you take a large picture and you make it smaller, you rescale the entire image, that involves resampling of the whole image. And every pixel in the matrix has to be transformed into, has to be redefined numerically underneath the hood. So that's kind of the difference, I think, with Jeff is, and where Photoshop and other applications, they've actually gotten really good even upsampling. They used to tell you never make a picture bigger because it'll always, you know, kind of rasterize. But if you start with enough pixels to begin with, you shoot at the highest resolution possible, you just don't run into that problem as much as we used to run into it because the resampling algorithms are so much better than they used to be. So.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask those at the registration desk to please disperse. That noise from your end is affecting us. Thank you very much. Next question. Is there any prescribed attitude or temperament for an on-air broadcaster to possess to ensure his or her personal travails do not manifest while on air? This should be for Sharon. Yes.
I would say that at all times you want to stay focused on your listener and or your viewer and their needs and what needs you're trying to meet. So just remain positive and think about that person and not about yourself. And
Again, we're not after clicks. We're not after that. We're after the truth. And I think if you do that and you're respectful to the situation and use your lean on your Christian values, you'll get through it just fine.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question? How many more media? From Maduako David, I appreciate Vision Africa for the 2 days intensive lecture. My question is, please, can we get a copy of the lecture slide sent to our mail or WhatsApp number? And then to Mr. Jeff Wilson and other resource persons, please can you share your social media handles with us?
Noted.
Noted. Next question. Mr. Jeff, please can you further highlight platforms or apps that are AI-enabled editing platforms? Also, can we use Android phone for AI editing? If yes, how do we get started?
I mean, I don't even know more and more each month. In all honesty, it's a huge trajectory that is exponential. Like 2 years ago, we had, you know, just a few AI-enabled platforms. 6 months ago, we maybe had 2-4 times that. And I mean, by the time it's today, we are already at 16 times that. So it is ever evolving, it's ever changing, it's ever growing. There's definitely some on Android phones. My ones that I'm most familiar with, like Vic was saying, we have ones that we've worked with a lot. So what you're comfortable with, we've really kind of gotten to know. As you can see, all of mine are Adobe products. And Adobe is available on both iPhone and they're now available on Android phones as well. For free ones, I do think a good Google search. And then a lot of ones as well that are paid, they allow you to have a free trial. So you can see what things are like and get to know them before you pay for them.
All right, thank you. Which of these social media platforms is best for post writing that concerns the environment one is residing in? Quote, persuasion isn't manipulation, unquote. Does that have a limit, even when you feel the real purpose of your question or writing isn't achieved yet? With reference to, quote, editing is the real writing, unquote, how do you avoid deleting the real connecting words or lines in your story while editing? Please, sir, you talked about listicle flow of news story. Can you please explain in more details what listicle format is?
Those are some great questions. Oops. Can you put the questions
Yes,
back up?
yeah, puts the questions.
In terms of the social media platform that is best for post writing that concerns the environment, I think probably all the platforms are good for that. I would say I think I would say all the platforms. You can post to social media that is relevant to the environment where you're writing. Each platform, as we talked about, has its own strengths, and so I would say use all of them and use them together. Use them as concert. Don't just rely on one, but use them all. Persuasion isn't manipulation. I think the point is you don't want to manipulate people to a point of view. You want to persuade them. I think if you feel like you have to manipulate people to achieve your purpose, I think you need to take a step back and reevaluate what it is you're trying to achieve and who your audience is and what you want them to do. I don't think you need to manipulate people to a point of view. Editing is the real writing. I stand by that. I think you don't have to delete the real words or lines in your story while editing. There may be better ways to say what you want to say, but I think cutting words, cutting a hard and fast rule. There are lots of books, there are lots of stories that have been written in very unconventional ways and interactive ways.
Thank you. Next question, please. Dr. Chuck said the audience is the boss in radio broadcasting, but when the audience acts or behaves rudely to the presenter, what do you do in this situation as the presenter?
Well, I'm assuming that you mean when you're on the air and when someone calls up and is rude to you. At the end of the day, you are the gatekeeper. You are the gatekeeper. You're the one who has the hand on the dial, the volume dial. If someone is rude to you, you are under no compulsion to entertain that. So basically, get rid of them. Now, unless that person is crying or they are in distress, then you need to hand that call off to someone else, because they may be suicidal, or they may need some counseling. That's when it's good to have someone else in the radio station at the time. But yes, you.
And he said, my daughter, that thought because I saw death coming, over 400 kids, right inside the tent. The wind took this tent up, and the whole of these poles were standing. It was an experience I have never had. Please put your hands together for Almighty God, who saved all the lives, and no life was lost. Now, The other one happened during the last bet won in Nairobi. And that was in Nashville or Dallas? Nashville. It took almost 5 hours waiting for President Trump to arrive. And this is the chief host. Was waiting for Trump to arrive. What was going on in your mind those hours? We were waiting for President Trump to arrive. I mean, we were waiting and waiting and waiting. I think it was almost 5 to 6 hours. What was going on in your mind?
It was 5.5 hours. So what happened was, in 2024, we invited the president to come speak at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention, of which he accepted. And he was supposed to speak, I think, right around 7:38. He was supposed to speak right in the middle of Sharon's event.
Yes, it was the middle of your event.
And what happened was, we had a, sort of like yesterday, we had a really bad storm come through Nashville.
Like Monday.
Yeah, well, that night. It was actually that night. That night, the storm came through, and the president's plane couldn't land. And so they kept circling Nashville waiting for the storm. And here's the neat part. When I talked to him later, the pilot kept saying, we need to go to the next stop, we need to forget this. And President Trump said, no, I'm speaking at the NRB. And so 5 hours later, he landed, and we got him.
It was an experience. Now, you've not answered the question. What was going on in your mind? Is that not my question?
Oh, so in my mind.
So that's what you do as a reporter. Throw it back.
Yeah, good report. And look, in my mind, again, I talked about this to people earlier today. There's always a way to adapt to the situation. Well, so what was going through my mind was, first of all, what are we going to do to keep people in the room, because we know he's coming. We got the word from the Secret Service that he's coming, and so the first thing I started to think about is, what can we do? Well, fortunately, we had a great band, just an awesome band, and they went back out and started playing. They played for 3.5 of those 5 hours. Non-stop, 3.5 of those hours. They just kept
and it become real Pentecost that day.
That's right.
Now, come to my last question, which is where I was going to. I watched you introduce Trump, and I watched you introducing him and throwing questions at that man. What was going on in your mind as you were asking those questions? You know, you don't mess up with Trump. You remember?
It's exactly what was going on in my mind. You don't mess up with Trump. A couple of things. I'm fortunate to interview a lot of people and to be with a lot of leaders around the world, presidents from other countries, prime ministers, a number of ministers and other people. And I'll tell you the one thing about her. So before we came out, when they were playing the music, getting ready to send him out, the president and I had a conversation in the back. And he is one of the nicest, calmest people that I've ever sat in the back talked to, and he's personable. He pays attention. He listens to you. Sometimes you'll talk to a leader somewhere and you'll say, "Oh, thank you for being here," and they'll go, "Yeah, thank you." They look over.
Not
here.
him.
He was. So tell me about yourself. Tell me about your family. Tell me about what you're doing. Tell me what's important to NRB. Is there something very specific you want me to mention out here? So he was very personable, and so that really took my comfort zone from being, a bit up here, just to a lot calmer. And then I don't know if you remember this. So remember, people are sitting there for 5 hours waiting for the president. So, I was sitting 5 hours waiting to introduce him. So I wanted to introduce him. So they started the music, and people got up, and everybody's clapping and yelling, and I walked out. Do you remember that?
Yes, like
people. my wife in the audience goes, "Oh, I felt so bad for you." But I take it with stride. I walked up there, I laughed, I said, "No, I waited as long as you do. I get my chance. So let me introduce to you." And I introduced the president and walked back up and shook his hand and then got to talk to him. So overall, Bishop, it was a fantastic experience.
Thank you, Troy, for what you do for our world. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make welcome the state chairman, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Deacon Felix Olunkwa. He is here. Can we put our hands together for him? We'd like to give the microphone for a goodwill message to the chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Abia State Chapter. I know he will speak for just a minute and a half, or maybe two. I know he has something to say. At least the blessing of the man of God is very important to us. Ladies and gentlemen, join me make welcome the Reverend Ojo Uduma.
You know, when you call us up, the first thing we'll say is praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Thank you very much. And when God will be talking to, or when God is talking to his people, the people of Israel, for the future of their life, at the end he will always say, "He that has ear, let him hear." I want to say this very afternoon that the Lord, through Vision Africa, Bishop, has imparted in us wisdom. Like I passed to our platform, that this gathering is a gathering for people to secure their future, that they are being enlightened and being educated. Sometimes, when you are looking for a white-collar job, you have a job in your hand. And I want to believe you have been enlightened. Take that which the Lord has given unto you, expand it, and in expanding it, you will secure your future. God bless you. Thank you, Bishop Vision Africa, for educating our young people, believing that you have given them the nets to fish. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to listen one more time to the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Abia State. He is here, and he's like a father figure here. So we won't let him go unless he addresses us. I know he has answered questions, but he needs to speak to us. He needs to speak to his people. He needs to speak to the journalists and broadcasters in the house. He needs to speak to the young people. He needs to speak to the generality of Abians. With a loud ovation, I'd like us to make welcome to the podium, Honorable Commissioner for Information, Abia State, Prince OK Kano. Please make that clap louder. Make it louder. Make it louder.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wonder what she still wants me to say. But I believe we're almost at we've come to the end of this session. And like they say, all that begins well ends well. And I believe that this year's event has ended very well. despite the scare on Monday. And like the bishop said, it was just as well that nobody was hurt. So that had wanted to maybe affect this year's session. But at the end of the day, you could see the way the whole thing has run. The first day, the second day, and today, the third day. So I'm very happy to observe that this year's event is ending very well. And from the questions that we are asked, one cannot but say that all the participants, did very well. They listened very well to the lectures, and they were able to learn a thing or two from the lecture. In fact, the questions bear eloquent testimony to that. So whatever money, whatever expenses that went into this will be regarded as money well spent. On behalf of Abia State Government, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Lex Oti, let me commend Bishop Sunday Onuoha for this great opportunity he has offered our youths. This is a brand of corporate social responsibility that makes a whole lot of sense to the state government. When people talk of empowerment, a lot of people go and buy keke, do all kinds of things and say it's empowerment. No. Empowerment is the one that puts something in your head. Something, if you learn, it guides you through life. So you could see that most of the questions that were asked here are questions that reflect people who have learned a lot. And for me, that is a major takeaway from this year's event, that people came here and they were able to learn, and that our lecturers, led by Troy and the faculty, have made a serious impact, on all of us here. For our journalists, I believe too they've learned a lot. I see a couple of them around, and what it does show is that we're all working together. There's a whole lot of partnership in our government with investors like the bishop, with those in the media, and of course Abians in general. We're all working together to make Abia better. Such collaboration has never happened here before, but that is what we're enjoying as a government. There's a whole lot of goodwill we're enjoying, but goodwill is a two-way thing. You treat the people well, you earn their goodwill. You don't treat them well, the goodwill dissipates. And once you lose goodwill as a government, you're finished. Because for the rest of the time you spend in that office, you'll be haunted. So I'm happy that what we're seeing in Abia today is in line with the new Abia that we've been promoting. This government is promoting a new Abia, where things work differently, not the way things used to be in the past. And what has happened these past 3 days is a confirmation that Abia is indeed on a new pedestal. On a pedestal of transformation, on a pedestal of continuous learning for our people. And like the chairman of CAN said, quoting him, he said, what the bishop has done is to teach these youths how to fish and not to give them fish. So that's still in line with our philosophy of governance, empowering people through capacity building. So on that note, I want to say a big thank you to Vision Africa Radio. I want to say a big thank you to the faculty that came all the way from the United States of America. But most of all, let me say thank you to all of you here who made it possible. Because if you didn't attend these sessions, nothing would have happened. So you're equally as important as those who put this together. Thank you very much, and God bless Abia State.
We should say a big amen to that prayer. We want to listen briefly, very briefly, to one of the participants. I'd like him to state his opinion and a couple of things in 1.5 minutes. I'm talking about the State Coordinator, Institute of Mass Communication and Information Management, ABIA, Dr. Dennis Ubani. Please step forward and say a few things before we take the vote of thanks.
All right, thanks. The clap was so short, maybe because I'm going to speak for 1.5 minutes. Let me start by thanking His Excellency, who is here represented by the Commissioner for Information. In the last 3 years, I've been attending to this program, but it does appear that each year it keeps getting better. The experience is such that I came with my students. By the way, I teach in the Obonayonu Polytechnic, and I came with my students, and we have learned so much. You know, the issue of artificial intelligence is new to Africa, and this misconception has been cleared at this training. AI is not a bad thing. It's one of the best things that man has developed, but the problem is misapplication. And this program today has cleared the air. A lot of my students who are struggling to do assignment in school, they will now ask me, sir, what do I do? And I say, you heard when I heard. Go back, research, apply it, but don't quote verbatim. That is plagiarism, and you can go to jail for that. And I'm sure for everyone who has attended this program today, you will agree with me, this is the best of the program so far. And I hope, because we're going to be here next year again, I hope that of next year is going to be better than this. Thank you so much. It wasn't up to 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping to time and for monitoring as well. I'd like to bring up now to deliver the vote of thanks. This lady, she's been so busy, working so hard. Sometimes I look at her face and I'm like, try and get some rest. Of course, I know she wouldn't get to rest until this event is over. So it's a big plus to her that it's been a very successful one. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to give honor to whom it is due. I'm not asking you to stand. I'm just asking you to put your hands together. So I make welcome to the podium the Chief Operating Officer, Vision Africa Radio, Barrister Sarafina Nkenta. A round of applause. Clap well now. Don't follow.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a pleasure having these 2 days, spending these 2 days with these faces. And even though our week of events started on Monday, for those of you who were here, who participated in the debate prize-giving event, we're grateful that you could give us 2 days of your time to be part of this training. Like the commissioner said, if you were not in this hall, this probably wouldn't happen. So we're grateful that you attended. But please do me a favor. Help me particularly thank all the Vision Africa staff. If you're behind there, could you do a standing ovation, please? Thank you, guys. We pulled this off, didn't we? We did. And for that, we're eternally grateful to the Most High. But thank you for standing with me. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the strength. When something needs to be done, people run along and get it done. So, kudos, ndewo. To everybody else, our VIPs, our VVIPs, I don't know how to thank you. But in our local parlance, you usually would do this if you really want to show appreciation. So please, thank you. We're really grateful. Don, Sharon, Vic, Dr. Chalk, I call you Baba Chalk, and you know why? It's because your grandchildren call you that. Jeff, Mr. Troy, this is your first time, but you've been very impressionable, and we hope we have positively impressed you as well. Thank you so much, sir. To everybody in the audience, thank you. As you go, Please go peacefully. Please be safe. And we also pray that as we wake up tomorrow, we're refreshed to make good use of everything we've learned in the last 2-3 days. And I'm sure that Abia will be grateful for it, because at the end of the day, everybody seated here somehow reports for one media organization or the other, whether the church, I saw Methodist Methodist reverends here today, whether for any radio, whether for print media, wherever you're from, I'm sure you learned something. Even if now ordinary chakam with your phone, I'm sure Jeff has taught us a few things today. So please, go safely. May God be with us all. May your families be safe as you head back home. And to our international guests, even though you still have 1 or 2 days more with us, we know that your families are safe. Because one of the first things we did when you arrived was to pray that everybody you left back home be safe. And we know that God's hands are not short to protect you all. May you all be blessed. Ndewo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring up my colleague. Before we take the closing prayer, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank the bishop so much, and every of our resource persons. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. I won't say much. From my colleague, Glory Okon.
Thank you very much. Once again, good evening, everyone. I want to first of all thank God for making this program a success. I want to thank the Abia State government for making the environment peaceful and conducive for this program. I want to thank the organizers. Bishop, thank you so much, my Lord. The key speakers, thank you so much. Your welcoming, your calm spirit has made the teaching easy. If you came and you were looking all, it would have been so difficult. Thank you so much for being so impactful. We are grateful, and we show that we'll do the best from this learning. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
By the way, my Lord, she's even a Methodist. I just remembered. One more time, I'd like to thank you for coming. Please do me a favor. Shake the person beside you. Tell the person you did it. Comrade Divine Mwango, HOD Information Government House, are you here? Please come up and lead us in the closing prayer. After that, we will take all the anthems we took before we go. All of them.
Eternal King of Glory, we thank you so sincerely for this great event. Thank you for the opportunity of coming to learn, coming to improve on our works. Thank you for all that you've done for these 2 days. Father, we pray, oh Lord, that you help every participant here to put into practice all that he or she has been exposed to. Help us, oh Lord, to be carriers of good news. Help us, oh Lord, to understand the need to use the media to preach the good news, to preach peace, to preach hope, and to improve on our society. Help us, O Lord, that everything that we have been taught will make this society, make Abia State, make Nigeria, and entire world a great one. Father, we pray that you bless the organizers of this program. Bless the Lord Bishop. Bless the vision of this great Vision Africa. Bless our resource persons who flew all the way from the United States of America to come and allow us tap into their knowledge. Lord, as they go back, we pray that you grant them safety, safe journey, safe trip. Father, we pray that if you tarry next year, they will also come and bless us. Blessed be your name, O Lord, for you have answered our prayers through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Thank you, Victor Bassi, for being a part of this program. You did a great job. The national anthem, Abia anthem, and the American anthem. Yay. Yes. DJ, national anthem first. Or do we sing it? Okay, the American anthem first. Yes, the American anthem first.
gọziri obodo Chukwu ga-abịa bụ obodo ahịa na ọrụ aka steeti mbụ ekele anyị ga-arụsi ọrụ ike ịbụ ndị mbụ abịa gadị ugwu ebe bere ugo bere igwe bụ ike Chukwu gọzie abịa.
Thank you very much for coming. Please pick your certificate if you haven't done that, and have a safe trip back home.